Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. I'm so glad you're here, whether your thoughts feel tangled, your body is tired, or you're simply winding down with the soft rhythm of gentle science. Tonight we're going to drift through the quiet patterns of daily life that we rarely question but often repeat. The small quiet habits that shape our lives without us noticing. Subtle behaviors that influence our mood, our memory, our health, and even how we see ourselves, from glowing screens before sleep to feelings we never speak, from endless scrolling to hours of stillness in a chair. This isn't a lecture, and it isn't a warning, but a soft and curious exploration of the science behind the everyday choices we make, and how they affect us deep down. Nothing too loud, nothing too fast. Just you, your breath, and a calming journey through quiet truths. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? And what time is it for you right now? Are you curled up beneath a blanket under soft lamplight? Or perhaps lying back beneath stars that are older than memory? If these peaceful explorations help you rest, or simply help you feel, please do like the video and tap subscribe. It gently helps more sleepy minds find their way here. Now take a slow breath, let your muscles soften, and join me as we begin a quiet descent into the hidden science of ordinary things, the ones we do without thinking, and the ways they quietly shape how we live, how we feel, and who we become. Blue light before bed. You probably didn't notice the first time it stole sleep from you. Not as a jolt, but as a quiet disruption. The kind that feels like your thoughts suddenly got noisier, and your eyelids a little heavier, but never heavy enough. And night after night, you lay in bed scrolling, or watching, or typing, bathing your eyes in a glow that doesn't burn, but blinds in a different way. And this subtle theft, this theft of darkness, of melatonin, of your brain's natural understanding of time, begins to erode something more than rest. It unravels the boundary between night and day, between stimulus and silence, until your body no longer knows how to let go. Because blue light, the same crisp light that tells the morning sky to wake up and the flowers to bloom, has been reframed into a device's whisper that says, "Don't sleep yet. Just a little more, keep watching," and so you obey, not knowing you're undoing thousands of years of evolutionary wiring in exchange for one more episode, one more scroll, one more tap of the finger that tricks your brain into believing it's still daytime. Even at midnight, even at 3 a.m., even when you feel exhausted but your system is still humming. Alert, stimulated, because the artificial blue wavelengths pouring into your retinas signal your suprachiasmatic nucleus, the body's master clock, that it's not time to rest, it's time to stay awake, stay productive, stay online. And melatonin, the hormone that gently invites you into sleep's warm drift, is suppressed, delayed, postponed like a forgotten lullaby. And this delay is not harmless. It's not just a later bedtime. It's a domino effect. Your sleep quality dips. Your deep sleep shortens. Your REM becomes fragmented. Your next morning begins with cognitive fog, higher cortisol, delayed reaction time, and increased cravings for sugar and caffeine to fake the alertness your body never had a chance to produce naturally. And so begins a quiet cycle, where the device that kept you awake becomes your crutch to stay awake the next day, and the light that should be guiding your circadian rhythm becomes the very thing that's unmooring it. And the irony is that we reach for these screens at night because they comfort us, distract us, help us wind down, unaware that the light they emit is interpreted by our biology as a loud, bright wake-up signal, more powerful than we realize, especially because blue light isn't visible. Is blue. It's hidden in the bright white glow of LEDs, of phones, of tablets, of laptops, of flat screens that replaced fireplaces as the center of our evenings. And unlike natural sunset light that eases your body towards sleep with its warm reddish hues, blue, rich light is alerting, precise, and potent, used in light therapy to treat seasonal depression and reset circadian rhythms in those who've lost them. But when misused, especially at the wrong time, it becomes a silent aggressor, disrupting sleep architecture, increasing the risk of insomnia, mood instability, and metabolic imbalance. Because sleep is not just rest, it's repair, it's memory consolidation, emotional processing, immune strengthening, hormonal regulation. And when blue light keeps you from falling asleep or reaching the deeper stages of sleep, it's not just stealing hours, it's stealing restoration. And over time, this chronic low-level light pollution can alter your baseline functioning, making you more irritable, more forgetful, more anxious, more prone to burnout. Because the effects of light go beyond your eyes. They influence your entire body's clock system. Your liver, your pancreas, your heart, your gut, all entrained by light cues that sync to your central rhythm. And when that rhythm is off, your entire physiological symphony begins to fall out of tune. And still, we keep the screen close. We cradle it in bed. We check it last thing before sleep and first thing upon waking, forgetting that light is the most powerful synchronizer of the biological clock, and that your body still believes what it sees. If there is light, it's time to be alert. And if it's blue light, it's especially urgent. And studies have shown that even small exposures, an hour of screen time before bed, can delay melatonin production by 1.5 to 2 hours, enough to make you feel tired but wired, sleepy, but unable to sleep. And the tragic part is that most people don't even link their exhaustion to light, blaming stress or age or just being a night owl, when in reality they've been unknowingly manipulating their sleep hormones every night for years. And worse, this isn't just a problem for adults, children and teens, whose melatonin systems are even more sensitive, are exposed to blue light from tablets and phones during the most vulnerable hours, leading to delayed sleep onset, poor academic performance, and increased risk of mood disorders. And though your brain adapts to many things, it cannot unlearn its ancient wiring. It interprets blue light as daytime, and the problem compounds when blue light exposure is paired with emotional stimulation, doom scrolling, news updates, fast, cut media. Because now the light isn't just keeping you awake, it's keeping your nervous system in sympathetic overdrive, pushing you into a state of mild fight or flight before sleep, flooding you with cortisol, delaying your body's shift into the parasympathetic rest and digest mode that sleep requires. And even when you do fall asleep, you may wake up frequently, have lighter dreams, or experience fragmented rest, all symptoms of dysregulated sleep cycles that began with a few minutes of screen time, which your biology interpreted as a signal to stay on. And though technology is not the enemy, our relationship with it at night has grown careless, casual, thoughtless, as if the brain were not wired by light, as if light weren't a hormonal trigger, as if lying in bed under an LED ceiling lamp while staring into a glowing rectangle wasn't the equivalent of drinking 2 cups of coffee and expecting sleep to arrive on time. And yet you keep doing it. So do millions of others. Not because you are weak, but because the shift was so gradual you never noticed it. One night you stayed up late, answering emails. Another night you scrolled to calm your mind. Another you just needed a distraction, until it became normal, habitual, wired into the bedtime routine itself. And the longer it continues, the harder it is to see the connection between fatigue and light, between anxiety and sleep deprivation, between poor decision-making and blue-lit midnight rituals. But the science is clear. Exposure to artificial blue light in the hours before bed disrupts circadian rhythms, reduces melatonin, delays sleep onset, and increases the risk of long-term health issues from metabolic syndrome to depression. And yet, with a few simple shifts, the damage is reversible. Screen curfews 1 hour before bed, warm dim lights after sunset, night mode filters that reduce blue light emission, blue blocking glasses, and most powerful of all, learning to end your day with darkness. Because darkness isn't just the absence of light. It's a biological invitation to heal, to reset, to return to a rhythm older than civilization itself. And when you embrace that rhythm, when you give your brain the gift of honest night, you may find that sleep returns not as a struggle, but as surrender, as something your body knows how to do once it stops being confused by signals. It was never meant to interpret at bedtime. And maybe that's the real lesson here. Not just that blue light is harmful, but that you were designed for light that fades, for nights that signal stillness, for evenings that lead not into stimulation, but into stillness. And when you honor that fading, when you let screens rest before you do, you're not giving something up, you're reclaiming something sacred. The silence between days, the darkness that holds you, the sleep that mends what daylight breaks. Chronic sitting. You probably don't remember the first time you sat too long, because sitting doesn't hurt. At least, not at first, not in the obvious, warning, siren way that a burn or a fall might. But slowly, subtly, almost invisibly, it begins to reshape you, as if your body were soft clay left too long in one position. And day after day, hour after hour, the chair becomes not just furniture, but a mold, coaxing your muscles into stillness, flattening your circulation into sluggish loops, shortening your hip flexors, weakening your glutes, rounding your spine, dulling your cardiovascular system. And the damage doesn't come with a bang. It arrives like dust, unnoticed, cumulative, and everywhere. And that's the trap of chronic sitting. It feels safe, normal, even restful, especially in a world built around desks, couches, commutes, and screens, where motion is optional and convenience is king. And yet underneath the comfort, your biology is staging a quiet revolt, because you were never built for stillness. Not this kind. Not the kind that lasts for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for decades. And though sitting itself is not evil, its permanence is because the human body evolved in motion. Walking, squatting, reaching, shifting, bearing weight, distributing pressure, pumping blood. Not just through the force of the heart, but through the rhythm of muscle contractions that act like a second circulatory system. And when you remove that motion, when you lock the body into place for hours, you begin to undo those systems. And what you undo you pay for, not immediately, but inevitably, through things that seem unrelated at first. Brain fog, insulin resistance, lower back pain, poor posture, fatigue, tight hips, shallow breathing, poor circulation, and over time, even increased risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and premature death. Not because sitting is violent, but because it's passive and the body, left unattended, atrophies in ways the mind doesn't notice until it's too late. And the cruel irony is that many people who sit the most also think the most, work the hardest, and believe they are too busy to move, too driven to pause. But the pause is exactly what their bodies are craving, because movement is not a break from productivity. It's the foundation of it, and when movement disappears, so does resilience, metabolism, lymphatic drain, and even mood. Because inactivity has been shown to correlate with increased anxiety and depression, not as a personality flaw, but as a biological cascade, where sedentary behavior leads to reduced neurotransmitter activity, less endorphin release, and slower regulation of stress hormones like cortisol. And still, the sitting continues. Not just in offices, but in cars, at dinner tables, in front of TVs, in classrooms, during Zoom meetings, as if the default posture of human civilization is now folded hips, rounded shoulders, and a head pitched slightly forward over a glowing screen. And what began as a convenience has become a quiet crisis, one so normalized, we rarely question it. Because who questions chairs? Who questions a way of life so deeply embedded in architecture, education, and employment? And yet, when you look closely, the data screams. Sitting 6 hours a day increases risk of premature death by as much as 19%, independent of exercise. Meaning that even if you work out for an hour, prolonged sitting still carries its own risks. And it is not just about blood sugar or cholesterol. It is about how the body ages, how joints stiffen, how spinal discs compress, how muscles atrophy, and even, how genes express themselves. Because epigenetic changes related to inflammation and aging markers have been linked to sedentary behavior, meaning your body is literally rewriting itself in response to your posture. And though many dismiss the risks because sitting feels harmless, the danger lies exactly in that comfort, because discomfort signals injury, but comfort enables slow decay. And what's worse, chronic sitting trains your brain into passivity too, reducing alertness, lowering mental endurance, and shifting the nervous system into a lower gear, a mode of minimal energy output that eventually dulls not just your body but your focus, your creativity, your engagement with the world. And the saddest part is that this trap is often sprung in childhood, when children are taught to sit still to be good, to stay in chairs for hours without fidgeting, to suppress the natural movement impulses that define healthy neuromuscular development. And then, they grow up into adults who've internalized stillness as virtue, who feel guilty standing up too often, or moving too freely, or stretching at their desk, because productivity has been framed as stillness in disguise. But the truth is that brains work better when bodies move. Studies show that walking improves memory, boosts problem solving, enhances mood, and even rewires neural pathways through mechanisms like brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is released during movement and supports neuroplasticity. And none of this is to say that all sitting is bad. It's to say that unbroken sitting is unnatural, and the antidote is not a gym membership or a standing desk alone, but a reimagining of how we live, incorporating small movements throughout the day, standing meetings, walking phone calls, frequent stretching, squatting, fidgeting, using the floor instead of a chair, reclaiming the natural diversity of postures that once defined human life. And the goal is not to eliminate chairs. It's to interrupt their tyranny, to remember that rest is not the absence of motion, but the balance of it. And when you move regularly, even in small doses, you reawaken systems that have gone dormant. Your lymph flows, your digestion improves, your mind sharpens, your lungs expand more fully, your fascia unwinds, and you feel not just awake, but inhabited, as if you've come back into your body after years of exile. And that's the real tragedy of chronic sitting. It numbs you to the space you live in, both physically and psychologically, turning the body from an instrument into an afterthought. And perhaps the most radical thing you can do in a sitting culture is to stand, to question the posture of your habits, to interrupt the stillness with intention, and to see each movement not as a task, but as a return, a reconnection with the ancient truth that you were never designed to sit still and think all day. You were built to move and feel and stretch and breathe. And from that motion, meaning arises, not just in health, but in how you experience the world. And so tomorrow, or even tonight, as you sit one more hour, ask yourself gently, not with judgment, but curiosity, what has this posture cost me? What version of myself is being shaped by this chair? And what would happen if I stood up, not just physically, but metaphorically, for a different way of living, one where movement is not scheduled but integrated, not a luxury but a necessity, not a break from life but life itself, flowing again through your legs, your breath, your choices, multitasking while driving. You probably think you're good at it, juggling a quick text at a red light, glancing at a notification, maybe adjusting the playlist or sipping your coffee while cruising down a familiar road. And you might even pride yourself on it. This illusion of control, this myth of efficiency, this quiet belief that your brain is sharper than others, that you're not really distracted because your eyes are still forward, your hands still on the wheel, your body still in the seat. But what you don't see, what you can't feel in those moments, is how deeply multitasking while driving fractures your awareness, how it splits your attention not in two, but into slivers, leaving only a fraction of your cognitive processing focused on what matters most. The thousands of micro-decisions required to keep a moving vehicle aligned with reality, and the truth, the uncomfortable, often ignored truth, is that the brain cannot multitask the way you think it can. It can only switch, jumping rapidly between tasks, losing efficiency and dropping details with every flicker of transition. And behind the wheel, that delay is not just an inconvenience. It can be fatal, because what takes your eyes off the road for 2 seconds takes your brain even longer to reorient. And in those moments, your car might travel the length of a football field completely untethered from your conscious supervision. And the road doesn't wait for you to return. It changes, shifts, surprises, and those surprise seconds are where crashes happen. Not because you were reckless, but because your brain was too busy reconfiguring itself, trying to handle 2 incompatible tasks at once, driving and something else. And that something else doesn't have to be big. It can be answering a call, reaching for something, looking at your GPS for too long, or simply thinking too deeply about a stressful conversation. And what neuroscience shows us is that these seemingly minor diversions create measurable reductions in spatial awareness, reaction time, and even decision-making accuracy, meaning that multitasking while driving is not a skill. It's a neurological contradiction, an act of pretending to be in 2 places at once, while being fully present in neither. And the myth persists, because most of the time, nothing goes wrong. And the brain mistakes this luck for competence. But what you're doing is gambling, again and again. With your own life and with the lives of strangers you'll never know, whose names might be forgotten by headlines, whose stories might end at the intersection you did while tapping just one quick reply. And this isn't dramatization. It's data. Distracted driving is responsible for over 1 million accidents a year globally, and it's often underreported, because distraction is invisible unless admitted. And most drivers never confess to it. Not to police, not to loved ones, not even to themselves. And therein lies the danger. It's not just that distraction is common. It's that it's denied, normalized, and woven into modern driving culture, as if roads were extensions of our homes, and cars were places to multitask, to eat, to talk, to coordinate, to manage. And yet, unlike kitchens or living rooms, cars move at speeds that can kill. And the human brain, for all its brilliance, has not evolved to handle multiple streams of high-stakes input, while also managing the constant calculus of safe driving. And what you may not realize is that even hands-free phone calls impair driving performance. Not because your hands are busy, but because your mind is, because the act of holding a conversation requires working memory, emotional processing, turn-taking, and attention shifting, all of which steal cognitive bandwidth away from the road. And this isn't theory, it's been confirmed through driving simulators and real-world studies alike, showing increased lane drift, slower braking, and failure to register critical visual cues. And the insidious part is that these effects are not felt in real time. You feel normal, you feel alert, but your situational awareness has quietly deteriorated. And by the time you realize it, if you do at all, it's often too late. And still, the world encourages multitasking. Notifications ping. Cars come with screens and touch panels. Your map talks to you while your music plays, and you're conditioned to feel like stillness equals inefficiency, as if any moment not filled with input is a moment wasted. But driving is not stillness. It's a complex dynamic act requiring full sensory and cognitive engagement. And every moment you're not fully there increases risk, not just for yourself, but for pedestrians, cyclists, children in crosswalks, elderly drivers, families on vacation, all of whom are trusting that the strangers driving nearby are paying attention. And when you're not, you're violating that trust invisibly, silently, until something breaks, and then everything becomes loud, sudden, irreversible, and often tragic. And yet, there is hope. Not in fear-based messaging, but in awareness, because once you understand the cost of divided attention, once you stop romanticizing multitasking as a virtue, you begin to see single-tasking for what it truly is. A form of care, a kind of moral clarity, a decision to be fully present in one action at a time. And when that action is guiding a machine through traffic, that presence becomes a kind of responsibility, not just to safety, but to integrity, to choosing not to believe the lie that you can do it all at once, and instead accepting that true control comes from focus. And in that focus, there is peace, an almost meditative state where driving becomes less about rushing and more about rhythm, less about arrival and more about alignment. And in that shift, you may rediscover something lost, the beauty of being with yourself, undistracted, the clarity that comes when the mind is not split in two, and the serenity of moving through space with care, with patience, with enough awareness to notice the sky, the song playing softly, the way the sunlight shifts across the dashboard, and suddenly driving is no longer a task you escape with distraction. It's an experience you inhabit, fully, consciously, and that choice, to be present behind the wheel, is not just safer, it's transformative. Because in a culture that glorifies speed, multitasking, and perpetual stimulation, choosing focus is an act of rebellion. And maybe, just maybe, that rebellion saves a life, not someday, but today. The day you decide that nothing on your phone, nothing in your bag, nothing buzzing in your pocket is worth more than the simple, quiet gift of arriving, ignoring small aches. It usually starts as something easy to dismiss. A dull pressure in the lower back when you bend over, a stiff shoulder after typing too long, a twinge in the knee going upstairs, a light pulsing behind your eyes after too many hours focused on a screen. And because it does not scream, you do not listen. Because it does not stop you, you do not stop. Because it does not demand your attention, you do not give it. And in this quiet agreement between your discomfort and your denial, a dangerous pattern begins. You normalize the whisper of dysfunction, the subtle signals your body sends as warnings, as nudges, as early alerts that something is out of rhythm, out of alignment, or out of balance. And this normalization, this habit of brushing off what feels minor, is not resilience. It is slow self-sabotage disguised as stoicism. And though the ache may seem harmless today, the reality is that pain is a messenger, not an inconvenience. And when you ignore it repeatedly, you silence your body's only way of negotiating with you before something breaks, because every muscle, joint, tendon, and nerve has a threshold, not just of force, but of neglect. And when small discomforts are left unaddressed, they evolve, compensations form, other muscles take over, posture changes, movement patterns degrade, and what could have been resolved with a stretch, a pause, or a shift in habit eventually hardens into injury, into inflammation, into chronic tension or irreversible damage. And the tragedy is that most people don't notice this transition happening, because the progression is so slow, so sneaky, that it feels like aging or stress or just one of those things. And yet, underneath the surface is a story of ignored signs, of skipped rest days, of overlooked ergonomics, of endless pushing through. And the irony is that your body is always trying to protect you. It sends pain as feedback, as a request for adaptation, not as punishment. But you've been trained to override it, to see minor pain as weakness, to tough it out, to medicate instead of investigate, to suppress instead of listen. And in doing so, you train your nervous system to believe that its warnings are meaningless. And it stops sending them as early, or it sends them louder and louder until they are unbearable. And only then, when the pain is sharp, immobilizing, or constant, do you finally listen, not realizing that by then, the small window for easy recovery has often already closed. And this is not just about athletic injury or office posture. This is about how we treat ourselves at the deepest level, because the way you respond to pain reflects how you prioritize self-awareness, how you value maintenance over crisis, prevention over reaction. And when you ignore small aches, you're not saving time, you're borrowing it from your future self, who may one day wake up unable to do the things you once took for granted, like walking without limping, turning your head fully, standing without tension, or even sleeping through the night without a flare of discomfort. And the science supports this. Chronic pain often begins as acute pain that was left untreated or improperly ailed. And even psychologically, the habit of ignoring physical discomfort wires the brain to suppress emotional discomfort too, creating a kind of internal numbing that blurs the line between fine and fragile, between coping and collapsing. And this is why so many people say they suddenly develop a condition, when in truth, the body had been warning them for years, in soft tones they never bothered to hear. And those warnings, if heeded, could have led to small interventions, improving sleep posture, reducing repetitive strain, hydrating better, stretching neglected muscles, addressing vitamin deficiencies, changing footwear, or simply moving more mindfully. But instead, we often reach for quick fixes, ice packs, painkillers, or the hope that rest alone will erase imbalance, without ever changing the behavior that caused it. And in this cycle, injuries don't heal. They hibernate, flaring up under stress or age, and by then, they've taken root deep in tissue memory, requiring months of rehab for what once required a few days of attention. And still we wonder why we feel older than we are, stiffer than we should, more fragile than we expected. As if the body betrayed us, when the truth is we abandoned it first. By ignoring the signals, minimizing the warnings, and choosing comfort over care, distraction over detection, and speed over sustainability. And the answer is not fear or hypervigilance. It's awareness. It's learning to pause, to scan, to ask, what is this tightness trying to say? What am I carrying that my shoulders are holding for me? Why does this side ache more than the other? What patterns am I reinforcing by the way I sit, walk, move, or even breathe? Because breathing too shallowly can cause upper chest tension, which feeds neck pain, which alters head position, which stresses spinal discs. Each small ache part of a larger, invisible web of cause and effect. And when you see your body as a system, not a collection of parts, you realize that ignoring one pain often leads to another compensating elsewhere. And suddenly, that sore foot becomes a hip issue, that wrist stiffness becomes a shoulder imbalance, and that old injury you thought was healed comes roaring back, not because time passed, but because the root was never addressed. And perhaps the most important shift is this: to stop seeing pain as the enemy, and instead as a collaborator, an intelligent signal guiding you back to equilibrium. And when you respond to that signal with curiosity instead of resistance, with care instead of avoidance, healing begins not just physically but mentally, because you're no longer treating your body like a machine to be driven into the ground, but as a living, adaptive ecosystem that thrives when you listen to its subtle music. And yes, the culture will tell you to push through, to not let a little discomfort slow you down, to be strong, to grind, to hustle. But true strength lies in discernment, in knowing when to push and when to pause, when to rest not out of weakness but wisdom, and when to seek support, not because you are broken, but because you are invested in your longevity, in your alignment, in your vitality. And so the next time you feel a small ache, however faint, however familiar, do not ignore it. Do not label it insignificant. Do not wait for it to grow loud enough to stop you, because that's what most people do, and most people suffer needlessly for it. Instead, stop and listen. Give it your full attention, stretch gently. Breathe fully, move mindfully, and ask your body, what do you need from me right now? And in that simple question, you may rediscover a kind of dialogue you forgot was even possible, one where your body whispers, and you finally choose to answer. Long-term isolation. It does not happen all at once. You do not wake up one morning and suddenly feel cut off from the world, empty of touch, unseen by others. But slowly, subtly, invisibly, long-term isolation begins to settle into the folds of your days like dust, collecting in the corners of a room you stopped using. And at first, it may even feel like relief, a break from the norm, from social obligation, from the pressure to perform. But what begins as solitude can quietly mutate into something far more corrosive when left unchecked, into disconnection, into emotional malnutrition, into the kind of loneliness that is not about being alone, but about being unshared, unmirrored, unacknowledged by any presence that reminds you that you still exist in someone else's mental world. And the brain, social by design and evolutionary demand, begins to respond, not with calm, but with alarm, triggering the same physiological mechanisms that evolved to alert early humans of life, threatening danger, because to the body, isolation is not just unpleasant, it is interpreted as a survival threat, one that raises cortisol levels, suppresses immune function, and alters gene expression related to inflammation and stress response. And over time, this state of chronic isolation begins to shape your biology and psychology in ways you cannot always feel directly, but that nonetheless shape your experience of self, reducing your cognitive sharpness, dulling your sense of time, distorting your memory recall, and even shrinking parts of the brain like the hippocampus, which is critical for learning and emotional regulation. And what's even more haunting is that the longer you remain isolated, the more your internal social compass begins to drift. You may start to misread others' intentions when interaction does happen, interpreting neutral expressions as threatening or failing to notice warmth in a tone of voice, because prolonged social deprivation recalibrates your emotional radar toward vigilance rather than trust, reinforcing the cycle of withdrawal, and you find yourself hesitating to reach out, fearing rejection even from those who once knew you well, wondering whether you've become too strange, too heavy, too distant to be welcomed back. And the walls of your inner world grow thicker, not by choice, but by adaptation. And this is where isolation becomes more than a condition. It becomes a lens, a filter through which everything is viewed. Interactions feel more exhausting, effort feels less rewarding, and your baseline for connection drops so low that even the idea of being with others becomes stressful. And yet, what you may not realize is that this response is not weakness or personal failure. It is a deeply embedded biological response, designed to nudge you back toward the tribe, to make the absence of connection feel uncomfortable enough to prompt re-engagement. But in the modern world, where physical proximity does not guarantee emotional presence, and where digital interaction often lacks the nuance and physiological richness of true companionship, that signal can go unanswered, leaving the brain in a prolonged state of unmet need. And this unmet need begins to affect everything. You sleep less deeply, your cardiovascular system becomes more reactive, your gut microbiome changes, and even your perception of physical pain becomes amplified. Because social pain, rejection, absence, neglect activates the same neural pathways as physical pain, making loneliness not just an emotional ache, but a bodily one. And still, we do not talk about it enough, because loneliness carries shame, and shame silences. And so the isolated person often becomes even quieter, even more reluctant to speak the very truth that could be their lifeline, whispering inwardly that maybe they are just bad at being around people, or maybe they are meant to be alone, or maybe they have nothing to offer. And these thoughts, repeated without challenge, become beliefs, and those beliefs become identity, until you no longer remember who you were before the silence took root. And the paradox is that even those surrounded by others can experience long-term isolation if the relationships lack depth, reciprocity, or emotional safety. Because isolation is not measured in miles, but in mutuality, in whether you feel felt, whether someone notices when your mood shifts, whether your inner world has a place to land beyond your own head. And when that space is absent, the consequences are profound, increasing the risk of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, cognitive decline, and even early mortality, with some studies suggesting that chronic social isolation is as damaging to health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And yet, the antidote is not always as simple as reach out. Because reintegration after long-term isolation requires a reawakening of trust, a gentle re-entry into vulnerability, a slow rebuilding of the nervous system's capacity to co-regulate with another person. And that process must be honored, not rushed, not forced, Because after long isolation, even eye contact can feel intense, and small talk can feel overwhelming, and social cues may need to be relearned like a forgotten language. And so the path back begins with softness, with allowing yourself to be seen in safe places, with cultivating environments that don't demand performance, but invite presence, with prioritizing quality over quantity, and most of all, with remembering that your worth was never diminished by absence, that your belonging did not expire in the silence, and that connection, like a muscle, can be retrained, can be reopened, can be reawakened, not through grand gestures, but through consistent signals, a voice on the other end of the phone, a hand on your shoulder, a shared laugh over something small, and slowly, the nervous system begins to recalibrate. The inner radar begins to clear, and you find yourself interpreting others, not as threats, but as mirrors again, seeing yourself reflected back not as a burden, but as someone worth knowing, worth holding space for. And this shift is everything, because from there, you can rebuild the rituals, the routines, the conversations, the emotional muscle memory that says, I am here, and you are here, and we do not have to be alone in this. And perhaps that is the greatest truth of all, buried under the science and the symptoms and the silence, that no matter how long you have been disconnected, the bridge back is never closed, and the part of you that longs for closeness is not broken. It is the most human part of you, still alive, still waiting, still hoping to be answered. Energy drinks overuse. It does not seem dangerous at first. In fact, it seems helpful, even heroic. This brightly colored can you reach for when the day runs long and your energy runs thin, promising focus, endurance, mental sharpness, maybe even a better version of yourself tucked inside its fizz and flavor. And because the world moves fast and rest feels like laziness, the energy drink becomes a shortcut, a signal to your brain that there is no time to be tired, no permission to pause, only forward, only more, and so you sip, and it works. At first, your senses heighten, your fatigue fades, your eyes widen, and the fatigue you thought would crush you feels miles away, and you think, this is the fix. This is how I push through. This is how I meet the world's impossible pace without falling behind. And because the drink does not scold you, or ask questions, or demand sleep or balance, it feels like a friend, convenient, efficient, reliable. But what you do not see in those early hours of wired clarity is the trade you are making, the silent cost being charged to your nervous system, your heart, your sleep, your adrenal health, your hormonal rhythms, because the energy is not created from nothing. It is borrowed, extracted from reserves you may not even know you are depleting. And the interest compounds not in dollars, but in dysregulation, in dependence, in long-term exhaustion that no longer responds to natural cues. And behind the bright branding and sleek marketing is a formula designed not to nourish you, but to stimulate you. A high-octane blend of caffeine, sugar, taurine, B, vitamins, guarana, and sometimes other stimulants in amounts that far exceed what the body can comfortably process, especially when consumed repeatedly, habitually, or in place of rest. And while caffeine in moderate doses can enhance focus and performance, energy drinks often deliver 2 or 3 times the caffeine of a strong cup of coffee, delivered rapidly, sometimes masked by flavor or carbonation, making it easier to underestimate how much you're consuming until your heart races, your hands tremble, or your thoughts become sharp enough to cut through your own calm. And over time, these acute responses can become chronic imbalances: increased blood pressure, disrupted sleep, insulin resistance, and adrenal dysregulation that leaves you feeling more exhausted with each passing week, needing more and more stimulation to feel normal, and less joy from the ordinary rhythms, life. Because when your nervous system is always revving, it loses sensitivity, it stops responding to gentle cues, to natural energy patterns, and becomes trapped in a state of artificial alertness. A low-grade panic dressed as productivity. And perhaps the most insidious part is that you begin to forget what true energy even feels like, not the wired buzz of overstimulation, but the grounded clarity of rested alertness, the kind that arises after a good night's sleep. A nourishing meal, movement, sunlight, hydration, connection. And so you chase the next can and then another, caught in a loop where the thing you rely on to feel better is slowly making you worse. And it does not take a dramatic collapse to signal this slide, just a creeping sense that your mornings are harder, your motivation less steady, your focus more fragile, your moods more volatile, and your sleep, when it finally comes, less restorative. Chronic overuse of energy drinks has been linked to increased risk of RR, hythmia, anxiety, digestive issues, poor glycemic control, and even cardiac events in young people with no prior health issues. And yet, because these drinks are not classified as medications, they are often consumed without the respect we give to substances that alter body chemistry, even though the effects are similar in scope. And part of the confusion comes from marketing. Wild air drinks are labeled with natural-sounding ingredients like ginseng or green tea extract, implying health or balance, when in fact these additions are often minimal, and the core experience still comes from high-dose stimulants, combined with sugar or artificial sweeteners that hit your system like a jolt, not a flow. And while some people feel immune to the effects at first, this too is a red flag. Tolerance builds, sensitivity fades, and the body begins to adapt in ways that are not protective but compensatory, shifting neurotransmitter levels, altering cortisol patterns, and interfering with sleep architecture, even when the drink is consumed hours earlier. Because caffeine has a half-life of 5 to 7 hours, and its downstream effects on melatonin production, on REM sleep, on heart rate variability, can last much longer, meaning that a drink at 4 p.m. might still be interfering with your brain's ability to enter deep sleep at midnight. And when sleep suffers, everything suffers. Memory, mood, metabolism, immune response, even cellular repair. And so begins a cycle where the drink that helped you power through one day ensures that the next day starts with a deficit, requiring more stimulation, more compensation, and less resilience. And this isn't about fear, it's about truth, about reclaiming clarity in a world that profits from your depletion. Because the more tired you are, the more likely you are to reach for shortcuts. And the energy drink industry is built on that very cycle. Exhaust, stimulate, crash, repeat. And yet beneath that pattern is a body desperately trying to speak to you, to ask for rhythms, not spikes, for cycle, not crashes, for rituals that restore instead of substances that override. And what's even more tragic is how many young people begin this cycle early. Teenagers and college students using energy drinks to cram for exams, unaware that the trade-off may not just be a headache or a sleepless night, but a nervous system that never fully returns to baseline, setting the stage for long-term burnout and biochemical imbalance that cannot be fixed with another supplement or app. And we don't talk about this enough, because exhaustion is normalized, even glorified, and rest is framed as weakness. And so, instead of slowing down, we speed up chemically, over and over, until the body forgets what calm even feels like. And in that forgetting, we lose not just health, but presence. The ability to sit, breathe, focus, and feel without artificial aid. And that loss changes how we relate to the world, how we connect, how we create, how we recover. And so, this is not a call to ban energy drinks or demonize caffeine, but to rethink how we define energy, how we chase it, how we fuel it, and whether we are willing to explore more sustainable ways of supporting ourselves. Better sleep hygiene, hydration, balanced blood sugar, movement, meaningful breaks, connection, and most of all, listening. Listening to the small signs of fatigue before they become chronic, the subtle cravings before they become compulsions, the body's needs before they become symptoms. Because real energy does not come in a can. It comes from care, from cycles of output and recovery, from treating the body not as a machine to override, but as a system to support. And once you begin that shift, even gently, even inconsistently, you begin to remember that you are not broken, that your fatigue is not a failure, that your body is not asking for more stimulation. It is asking for permission to recover, to rest, to reawaken. And when you give it that permission, you may find that the energy you were chasing was never meant to come in a rush, but in a return to balance, to breath, to a pace that includes you instead of discarding you in the name of temporary alertness. And that may be the most radical form of power you can reclaim in a world addicted to being always on. The power to say no to artificial urgency and yes to rhythms that actually sustain your life. Sleep deprivation. It does not break you suddenly. In fact, it often rewards you at first. This quiet theft of sleep you thought you could afford to give away. Because staying up late to finish one more task or scroll one more page or answer one more message feels like control, feels like productivity, feels like choice. And you believe that by shaving off an hour here and there, you're gaining something. More time, more freedom, more space to be who the world demands you to be. But what you're actually doing is dismantling yourself in slow motion, rewiring your biology day by day, in ways that seem invisible until they're not, until your mood dips, your thoughts blur, your body aches, your patience thins, your memory stumbles, and your ability to enjoy life starts to shrink into something fragile and conditional, because sleep is not a luxury or a pause from real life. It is a biological necessity, as foundational as breathing and eating. And when you deprive yourself of it, even subtly, you don't just feel tired, you begin to operate in a state of physiological stress, as if your body were under attack, elevating cortisol, reducing insulin sensitivity, impairing immune response, suppressing emotional regulation, and altering the function of nearly every system that keeps you alive. And yet the culture celebrates this deprivation as discipline, romanticizes the late night grind, the all-nighters, the idea that sleep is optional, replaceable, weak, and in doing so, it leads millions into patterns that erode not just physical health, but emotional clarity, relational stability, and cognitive function. Because the effects of sleep deprivation are not just about fatigue. They touch attention span, decision-making, reaction time, creativity, and even moral reasoning, making you more impulsive, more reactive, more emotionally unstable, and less able to cope with the normal friction of life. And over time, the consequences compound. Increased risk of heart disease, stroke, weight gain, depression, anxiety, Alzheimer's disease, and even shortened lifespan. Not as theoretical possibilities, but as measurable patterns across countless studies. And yet most people still underestimate it. Still believe that 6 hours is close enough. Still rely on caffeine to mask the symptoms. Still tell themselves they'll catch up later, not realizing that sleep debt doesn't work like a bank. It accrues interest fast, but does not forgive easily. And what's more, chronic sleep deprivation affects the brain in ways that mimic intoxication. After 18 to 20 hours without rest, cognitive performance declines to a level comparable with a blood alcohol level of 0.05%, meaning you could be making life-altering decisions with the mental clarity of someone who's had a few drinks, all while believing you're fine. And the scariest part is that the more sleep-deprived you are, the worse your ability to self-assess becomes. So you don't just feel worse, you lose the ability to recognize how impaired you truly are. And that miscalculation is where the real danger lies. In the surgeon operating on 4 hours of rest, the driver who thinks they can power through the night, the parent trying to stay calm with a crying child, while their own brain is starved for recovery. And because sleep affects the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for logic planning and restraint, what begins as just a short night becomes a pattern of poor judgment, increased risk-taking, and diminished empathy. Not because you're a bad person, but because you're operating on a deficit your brain was never designed to handle. And the irony is that while sleep may feel passive, it is during sleep that your brain does its most active, vital work, consolidating memories, clearing metabolic waste through the lymphatic system, resetting emotional balance, regulating hormones, repairing muscle, recalibrating immune defense, and filing experiences into meaning. And when you rob yourself of those hours, you're not just delaying rest. You're interrupting your ability to become who you're supposed to be. And this affects everything. Your ability to learn, to feel joy, to regulate hunger, to heal from trauma, to connect with others, to maintain stable mood chemistry, and even to maintain facial muscle tone, skin health, and biological youthfulness, as deep sleep regulates growth hormone and collagen synthesis, and REM sleep restores the nervous system's resilience to daily stressors. And without it, your baseline shifts, your tolerance drops, your fuse shortens, your sense of inner calm begins to fray. And yet, you keep telling yourself it's fine, that you'll be okay, because the body adapts, right? Except it doesn't. At least not in the way you think. It compensates, yes, but that compensation comes at a cost. Pulling energy from other systems, increasing inflammation, raising blood pressure, impairing glucose metabolism, and shifting your circadian rhythm until even your melatonin production becomes misaligned with your actual bedtime, making it harder to fall asleep, even when you finally give yourself the chance. And so begins the cycle. Exhaustion followed by stimulation, followed by poor sleep, followed by more exhaustion, and you start needing screens, noise, or pills to fall asleep, needing coffee or sugar to wake up. And all the while, your body is screaming for rhythm, for consistency, for the stable, predictable cycles it evolved to trust. But in the world of deadlines and dopamine, those needs are often drowned out by urgency, and so sleep gets pushed later, shortened, interrupted, or skipped. Not just occasionally but habitually, and yet the data shows that even small amounts of sleep deprivation, just 1 hour less than you need, can impair immune function by up to 30%, and repeated sleep loss alters gene expression, weakening antiviral defense, slowing wound healing, and impairing the body's ability to manage oxidative stress. And this is why poor sleep correlates so strongly with chronic illness, why sleep disorders often accompany autoimmune diseases, and why improving sleep is often one of the most powerful interventions for physical and mental recovery. But none of this can happen until you see sleep, not as a waste of time, but as sacred time, as the foundation upon which all waking performance rests. And the good news is that the body is forgiving, it wants to heal. And even after years of poor sleep, the brain will begin to repair itself within weeks of consistent quality rest, starting with better regulation of cortisol and insulin, then improved emotional balance, followed by increased energy, libido, focus, and overall sense of well-being, not from a pill, not from a hack, but from finally giving the body what it has been asking for all along. The deep, uninterrupted, nightly restoration it was designed to have. And while the path back to healthy sleep may require undoing years of habits, cutting late caffeine, reducing blue light, keeping consistent bedtimes, avoiding heavy meals or alcohol before bed, and creating environments of darkness and calm, the results are profound. And often surprising. Dreams become more vivid, mornings less painful, conversations easier, focus sharper, and the sense of being on edges slowly dissolves into something softer, something steadier, something that feels like coming home to a version of yourself you forgot was possible. And maybe that is the real miracle of sleep, not just that it heals, but that it returns you to yourself, night after night, breath by breath, neuron by neuron, until you wake not with dread, but with readiness, not with fog, but with presence. And that presence, more than any supplement or stimulant, is what allows you to live, not just longer, but deeper, clearer, and more awake in the hours that truly matter, holding anger in. Some emotions do not vanish when ignored. They ferment, like sealed bottles of pressure you never meant to carry. tucked away behind polite smiles and phrases like, "It's fine," or "not worth it." And what begins as restraint or maturity can slowly transform into a quiet corrosion, one you might not notice until it leaks out sideways, through tension in your shoulders, irritability in your voice, or a strange heaviness in your chest that you cannot name because anger, when suppressed rather than processed, does not disappear. It migrates, embedding itself in muscles, in microbiomes, in immune responses, in the language of the nervous system that remembers what the conscious mind tries to forget. And though you may believe that holding it in is noble, that silence is strength, your body does not share that illusion, because emotions are biological events, not abstract choices. And when anger arises, it comes with measurable changes. Adrenaline surges, heart rate spikes, cortisol rises, blood vessels constrict, and energy mobilizes, not for reflection, but for action. And when that energy is trapped, unspoken and unexpressed, it becomes internalized stress, which over time turns into chronic inflammation, hypertension, digestive issues, disrupted sleep, and a compromised immune system. And studies have shown that people who habitually suppress anger are more prone to cardiovascular disease, anxiety, autoimmune disorders, and even premature death. Not because anger itself is toxic, but because denying it robs the body of its chance to regulate, to release, to return to homeostasis, and instead forces it into a prolonged, unresolved state of activation, like a car engine revving in neutral, wearing down the system without going anywhere. And culturally, we reward this kind of suppression, especially in certain genders, roles, or professions, praising those who stay calm, keep it together, or rise above it, while quietly teaching people to dissociate from their own emotional truth, to fear the discomfort of confrontation more than the cost of internal erosion. And over time, that distance from self creates dissonance. You start saying you're okay when you're not, accepting what you resent, nodding through disrespect, apologizing for boundaries you have every right to set. And in doing so, you lose not only your voice, but your clarity, because when anger is denied, it doesn't teach, it distorts, and you begin to mistrust your own instincts, confuse kindness with compliance, and wear masks so often that you forget what your actual face feels like. And the consequences go deeper than mood. They reshape how your brain processes stress, as chronic anger suppression activates the amygdala and downregulates the prefrontal cortex, impairing rational decision-making and increasing emotional volatility over time, which is why suppressed anger often doesn't stay silent forever. It returns later, sharper, louder, displaced onto safer targets, or internalized as self-criticism, depression, or passive-aggressive behavior. And perhaps this is why so many people explode over small things, because they've swallowed too many big things, carried too many moments of letting it go, that were really just burying it deeper. Those buried moments eventually demand attention, not out of malice, but out of necessity, because your emotional system is not trying to betray you. It is trying to protect you, to say, something hurt you, something crossed a boundary, something matters here. And if you never let that message come through, if you never give that fire a safe place to burn, then it finds its own exit, through ulcers, migraines, chronic fatigue, tension disorders, or patterns of relational breakdown that seem to repeat themselves without explanation. And you may find yourself wondering why people walk on eggshells around you, why you feel numb or distant in moments that should stir you, or why your own needs always seem to come last. And often, the root lies in that original silence, that decision to hold it in again and again until your internal world becomes cluttered with unspoken truths. And the tragedy is that anger is not the enemy. It is a compass, a signal, a part of you that wants to defend your value, to name injustice, to draw the line where dignity begins. And when expressed consciously, not violently, not impulsively, but intentionally, one that can restore balance, assert identity, and even deepen intimacy. Because when you tell someone what hurt you, you give them a chance to truly know you. And when you admit it to yourself, you reclaim the parts of you that were silenced for too long. And in doing so, you reduce the need for your body to carry what your voice never released. And this is not just psychological, it's physiological. Anger that's processed and spoken leads to lower blood pressure, improved sleep, strengthened immunity, and increased resilience to future stress. Not because talking is magic, but because truth is metabolically healing. And perhaps you've been taught that being angry makes you bad, or broken, or weak. But the truth is, anger is not the opposite of peace. It is the door to it, when walked through with awareness. And it may take practice. Journaling, movement, breathwork, therapy, conversations that tremble with honesty. But every time you choose expression over suppression, you teach your nervous system a new rhythm, one where safety and authenticity coexist. And with time, you begin to feel lighter, not because the world changed, but because you are no longer carrying every wound in silence. And maybe that is the lesson hidden inside the fire, not to extinguish it, but to let it warm what was frozen, to illuminate what was denied, and to show you that your anger, when honored, does not destroy connection. It can restore it, beginning with the one you have with yourself. Comparing on social media, you did not mean to feel less. You were only scrolling, only catching up, only glancing for a moment to see what the world was doing. But somewhere between the filtered smiles, the curated captions, the shimmering highlight reels of someone else's life, a quiet shift took place inside you, subtle but sharp, like a drop in temperature. You only notice when your skin begins to tighten, and suddenly your own day feels smaller, your joy feels duller, your reflection feels wrong, because what began as connection has become a silent comparison engine, one that runs on likes and lives you were never meant to measure yourself against. And the trap is so well designed that you barely recognize you are in it, because the images do not lie, but they also do not tell the truth. And your brain, wired for social belonging and self-evaluation, cannot help but fill in the blanks, crafting stories around each photo, assuming meaning from moments, perceiving status from symbols, and turning snapshots into standards you think you should live up to. And this is not vanity. It is evolution. Because long before apps and smartphones, your ancestors survived by knowing their place in the group, attuning to social cues, and adjusting behaviors to maintain connection. And that wiring still lives in you. Now hijacked by a digital environment that offers endless opportunities to compare, without context, without limits, and without rest. And the consequences are not just emotional, they are neurological, measurable in studies showing how upward social comparisons on platforms like Instagram and TikTok activate the brain's reward system and stress circuits simultaneously, creating a blend of craving and inadequacy, desire and depletion. And over time, this can lead to lowered self-esteem, depressive symptoms, body dissatisfaction, and a distorted sense of personal achievement. Because the metrics that define your worth, follower counts, view numbers, engagement rates, are designed not to reflect your value, but to keep you chasing it. And when you do not meet the invisible standard, you internalize it as failure, not of the system, but of the self. And you begin to ask questions that eat away at you. Why am I not there yet? Why do they seem so happy? What am I doing wrong? And the truth is, you are not doing anything wrong. But the comparison game was never fair to begin with, because it pits your behind the scenes against someone else's edited montage, your growing roots against their blooming flowers, your quiet struggles against their loud successes. And even when you know this intellectually, your emotional brain still reacts, still contracts, still questions if you are enough. And that questioning creates a loop. The more you feel less, the more you scroll to distract. The more you scroll, the more comparisons arise, until your screen becomes both the wound and the balm, soothing you with novelty, while simultaneously hollowing you out. And the cruel irony is that the more connected you are online, the more isolated you can feel in reality, not because the technology is inherently bad, but because its incentives reward performance over presence, illusion over intimacy, And when everyone is performing happiness, it becomes harder to admit your sadness. And when every post is a victory, your ordinary moments feel invisible. And in this digital hall of mirrors, reflection becomes distortion, and you lose sight of the quiet miracles in your own life. The real laughter, the imperfect but honest friendships, the small triumphs no algorithm ever celebrates. And maybe the most dangerous part is not the comparison itself, but what it erodes over time: your gratitude, your clarity, your ability to see your life as worthy without needing it to be watched. And slowly, you begin to outsource your self-worth, handing it to invisible judges, trading your inner compass for external applause. And when those numbers dip or disappear, so does your sense of value, not because you are less, but because the system taught you to believe that attention equals significance. And now, you are left wondering who you are when no one is looking. And this is where the healing begins, not in abandoning all platforms, but in reclaiming your lens, in recognizing when admiration turns into self-erasure, in learning to see someone else's beauty without questioning your own. And science shows that when users reframe their scrolling habits, by practicing self-compassion, curating their feeds to reduce triggers, or actively reminding themselves that online content is selectively constructed, they experience fewer negative effects, greater life satisfaction, and a more grounded sense of self. And perhaps this is the shift you are being called to make. Not to stop looking outward, but to look inward more kindly, to remember that your worth was never meant to be measured in pixels or posts, and to choose, moment by moment, to anchor your identity not in comparison, but in connection, to yourself, to your real experiences, to the truth that your life is not a performance, but a process, unfolding at a pace that cannot be filtered or rushed. And maybe the question is not, why am I not like them? But what makes me me? And maybe the most radical thing you can do in a world obsessed with broadcasting is to live deeply offline, to feel joy without sharing it, to grow without announcing it, and to belong to yourself first. Because when you do, the need to compare softens, the hunger for validation quiets, and you return to a state of inner balance where the only metric that matters is the alignment between who you are and who you are becoming. Endless scrolling. It always starts with good intentions. Just a moment, just a glance, just something to do while you wait, or while you eat, or while you avoid the silence that settles, when nothing external is pulling your attention. But the screen pulls gently, then persistently, until what was meant to be a brief check-in becomes an entire evening lost to motion, without meaning, flicking your thumb up again and again, in pursuit of something you cannot name, some piece of information or novelty or dopamine hit that will finally feel like Ina. Even though each new post only delivers a flicker of stimulation before fading into the blur of everything else, and suddenly you realize it has been hours, and you do not remember what you saw, only that you kept going, hoping the next swipe would bring something better, something brighter, something that felt worth it. And this is not just habit, it is architecture, deliberately designed frictionless loops, crafted by behavioral psychologists and attention engineers who understand your brain better than you do, who know that intermittent rewards, the kind you get from an unpredictable feed of content, are more addictive than consistent ones, who know that novelty triggers dopamine, that the illusion of infinite possibility hijacks the same neural circuits once responsible for foraging. And in this digital wilderness, you are constantly hunting, constantly scanning, but never quite finding what you are looking for, because the search itself has become the experience, not the reward. And over time, this rewires the brain, creating patterns of compulsive checking, attention fragmentation, and diminished tolerance for stillness. And it is not your fault. Your biology is simply doing what it was built to do, trying to survive in an environment it was never evolved to handle. Because in the ancestral world, information was scarce, linear, and relevant to your survival. But now it is abundant, rapid, and often irrelevant. Yet your mind still processes it with the same weight. the same urgency, the same cortisol, activating reaction to potential threat or social cues or headlines that shout catastrophe, and every scroll becomes a new load added to your mental RAM, a new tab open in the background of your consciousness, until you feel foggy, overstimulated, and vaguely disoriented. But unable to stop, because the next scroll might be better. The next one might be the one that soothes you, or informs you, or distracts you just enough to get through the next moment, and the platforms know this. They are designed to exploit variable reinforcement schedules, a principle discovered in behavioral psychology, where rewards that come unpredictably like a jackpot are more likely to keep someone hooked than rewards that come on a regular basis. And your brain gets caught in the loop, not because it is weak, but because it is human, and humans are deeply sensitive to reward prediction errors, which spike dopamine when you get something unexpected. And scrolling endlessly is just that, a constant game of maybe, maybe, maybe. And this constant partial reinforcement turns your phone into a slot machine of emotion, attention, and hope. And the real cost is not just time, it is identity, because when your moments are filled with fragments, when your pauses are no longer pauses, but algorithmic consumption cycles, your mind loses access to the deeper forms of thinking, introspection, reflection, consolidation, imagination. And these are not luxuries. They are the foundation of mental health, of learning, of creativity, of meaning, and when they are replaced with micro-stimulation, the soul begins to atrophy in ways that are subtle but profound, showing up as chronic boredom, dissatisfaction, the inability to be alone with your thoughts, the shrinking of your attention span, the flattening of emotional texture, and perhaps most dangerously, the quiet displacement of your inner compass. Because when you fill every silent space with the voices of others, what they are doing, eating, hating, loving, buying, you lose the chance to hear your own, and you forget that not every moment needs to be productive, not every silence needs to be filled, not every discomfort needs to be soothed with a screen, and neuroscience now confirms what ancient wisdoms always implied, that attention is not just a function of focus, but a reflection of what you value. And when your attention is scattered across 1,000 stimuli that you did not choose, your sense of purpose begins to erode, because you are no longer living with intention. You are reacting, constantly, endlessly, scrolling through the lives, opinions, and dramas of others, while your own life waits quietly behind the glass. And the tragedy is that this scrolling never satisfies, never completes, never resolves, because it is not built to. It is built to keep you suspended in the next, in the soon, in the not yet, and that hunger for what is just out of reach is what keeps your thumb moving and your mind tethered. And this has consequences that go far beyond screen time, because your memory, your sense of narrative, your ability to construct meaning, all rely on attention, on stillness, on uninterrupted presence. And when these are constantly fragmented, your inner world becomes shallow. Not because you are shallow, but because you have been trained to live at the surface, swiping endlessly over what could have been depth. And maybe the saddest part is that even rest becomes corrupted, because instead of true restoration, you are caught in passive stimulation, which feels like relaxation, but actually keeps the brain in a state of alert, preventing the downregulation necessary for deep recovery. And so you go to bed overstimulated but unsatisfied, and you wake up reaching for the same device that exhausted you the night before. Not because you are weak, but because the loop is strong, and unless you consciously step out of it, it continues, day after day, slowly shaping not just your routines, but your identity. Who you are when you are not consuming, what you notice, what you remember, what you care about. And perhaps the most revolutionary act in such a world is to stop, to pause. Not because the content has ended, it never will, but because you choose to, because you realize that silence is not empty, it is full of answers, because you remember that your time is not a currency to be spent on the scroll, but a gift to be invested in presence. And in this remembering, you begin to reclaim something that was never lost, but only buried beneath the infinite feed: your agency, your awareness, your ability to say, "This is enough," and return to the richness of reality, where life unfolds not in pixels, but in breath, not in loops, but in stories, not in scrolling, but in stillness. Overuse of GPS. There was a time, not long ago, when knowing how to get somewhere was considered a kind of wisdom, a subtle art of spatial intuition. And although we now live in an age where satellites guide us with pixel precision and turn-by-turn prompts cradle us through every unknown road, something quietly vanishes with each effortless journey: the brain's natural ability to orient, to remember, to construct a coherent sense of place, and more importantly, a sense of self within that place. And the more you rely on global positioning systems, the less you rely on the intricate neural architecture that once lit up when you explored, navigated, guessed, recalibrated, and arrived. Because wayfinding was never just about direction, it was about memory, resilience, and engagement with the world. And deep within your brain lies a structure called the hippocampus, shaped like a seahorse, and essential for both spatial memory and long-term memory formation. And studies now show that frequent dependence on GPS leads to reduced activation in the hippocampus, causing it to essentially go dormant during navigation. As if the mind is handing off its evolutionary responsibility to an external system. And while this might sound like a harmless trade, convenience for effort, the cost is profound. Because the hippocampus is one of the few brain regions that remains neuroplastic into old age. It grows with use and shrinks with neglect. And by bypassing it routinely, you slowly allow it to atrophy, weakening not just your ability to find your way without help, but your capacity to store rich, layered memories of experience. Because memory is tied to movement through space, to context, to the act of embedding new environments into your cognitive map. And when every journey becomes a passive series of instructions, you do not truly remember the path. You remember only that you arrived, and even that fades, and the implications stretch beyond the roads and highways, reaching into how you learn, how you think, how you age. Because the decline of spatial memory is one of the earliest indicators of cognitive disorders like Alzheimer's disease. And the act of navigating, truly navigating, keeps those circuits alive, trains them like mental muscle, reinforces the relationships between your environment and your identity. And so when you give that process over entirely to a machine, you are not just saving energy, you are surrendering agency, piece by piece. And the erosion is so subtle you barely notice it. How you stop remembering which turns you took. How cities you visit feel unfamiliar even after multiple visits. How your confidence fades when the signal drops. How your anxiety rises when the app lags. How your sense of independence is quietly replaced with reliance. Until the idea of navigating without GPS feels daunting, even dangerous. And it should not, because this is a faculty humans possessed long before maps, satellites, or even roads. We oriented by the stars, followed rivers, learned the land, and encoded memory into topography. And this is not just nostalgia, it is neurobiology, because spatial memory is fundamentally tied to episodic memory. And when you weaken one, you affect the other, and this matters, not just for the sake of remembering where you parked, but for the sake of remembering who you are, because memory builds identity, and spatial disconnection is a kind of cognitive dissociation, a subtle form of being lost, even when you arrive. And yes, the modern world is fast, and GPS saves time, and yes, there is utility in efficiency. But if you never exercise your inner compass, you risk losing it. Not entirely, but enough to change how you relate to the world around you. And this change creeps into your confidence, your curiosity, your courage. Because wayfinding builds all three. And every time you find your way on your own, even if you are wrong at first, you reinforce problem-solving skills, observational acuity, patience, and trust in your capacity to adapt And the more you outsource this to a glowing rectangle on your dashboard, the more those internal capacities go unused, and eventually they weaken. And yes, you can always open the app again, but at some point you may realize you do not know how to get anywhere without it, and you may begin to ask, what else have I stopped knowing how to do simply because I no longer have to? And this question leads to another, deeper one. How much of your mind have you given away in exchange for comfort? And are those trades reversible? And if not, how will that shape the way you age, the way you remember, the way you remain present in the world? And perhaps the answer is not to reject technology, but to reintroduce intention, to sometimes walk a new path without directions, to draw a map from memory, to learn your city block by block, as if it were a story unfolding in space, to resist the automatic reliance and reawaken the subtle thrill of uncertainty. Because there is wonder in not knowing, there is growth in getting lost, there is power in rediscovering the mental geography that once defined our ancestors' survival. And even now, your brain still wants to map, still wants to learn, still lights up when you place yourself in unfamiliar terrain and find your way back, not just geographically, but psychologically, because it is not about the shortest route, it is about engagement. And when you begin to notice how much more you remember, when you participate in the journey, when you take mental notes instead of digital ones, when you look up instead of down, you begin to rebuild something fragile but vital, your orientation in the world. Not just where you are, but who you are within it. And this orientation is not just a spatial phenomenon, it is existential, because the act of finding your way becomes a metaphor for everything else. For solving problems, for overcoming confusion, for stepping into discomfort and discovering competence. And this is what is at stake. Not the directions, but the direction of your mind, and reclaiming it begins with a small act of resistance. Closing the app, looking around, getting a little lost, and remembering that you have always been capable of finding your way. And in doing so, you might find something else too. Your memory growing sharper, your confidence returning, and your sense of place transforming from passive background into active, living presence, one street, one step, one synapse at a time. Skipping breakfast chronically. You might think of breakfast as optional, a flexible ritual, easily sacrificed to busy mornings or late alarms. But your body does not view it as optional. It sees it as the opening act of a carefully choreographed biological performance, a cue that resets your internal clock, replenishes dwindling energy store, and prepares your brain and organs for the demands of the waking world. And when you skip that signal often enough, not just once in a while, but as a chronic habit, something subtle but significant begins to shift beneath the surface. Your metabolic rhythm falters, your hormones misfire, your blood sugar balance destabilizes, and perhaps most importantly, your long-term cognitive and emotional resilience starts to erode. Because while intermittent fasting may have its place when done mindfully and cyclically, the habitual neglect of a morning meal, especially when replaced by stress and caffeine, introduces physiological stressors that quietly chip away at your health over time. And what begins as a skipped meal becomes a skipped message, a disruption to the natural synchronization between your brain and your body. Because eating in the morning is not just about calories, it is a clock, setting behavior, a trigger that influences cortisol, insulin, ghrelin, leptin, and even serotonin levels. And studies show that people who skip breakfast chronically tend to experience higher rates of cardiovascular disease, increased risk of type 2 diabetes, greater fluctuations in mood and energy, and even memory impairment. And none of this is instant. It accumulates in whispers, not screams, in small dips in focus, faint waves of fatigue mid-morning, slower problem solving, or a sense of feeling off without understanding why. And the trouble is not just what you skip, but what you substitute in its place. Often stimulants, like coffee on an empty stomach, which further spike cortisol and stomach acid, exacerbating anxiety and gut irritation, or sugary snacks later in the day to compensate for missed energy. which fuel blood sugar crashes and cravings that destabilize your nutritional balance. And all of this reshapes your relationship with hunger, with attention, with your own emotional baseline. Because hunger is not just physical, it influences mood, memory, and even social behavior. And the brain, especially in its prefrontal cortex, where decision-making and self-control reside, is uniquely sensitive to glucose availability, meaning that even slight undernourishment in the morning can reduce your ability to concentrate, regulate emotion, and resist distractions, especially under stress. And when this becomes a pattern, when your brain is consistently asked to perform on an empty tank, it does not simply persevere, it adapts by lowering your baseline expectations of clarity, leading to a normalized fog, a routine dullness, a quiet compromise with fatigue. And while the body is resilient, it is not indifferent. Chronic breakfast skipping can lead to increased levels of homocysteine and inflammatory markers, which are associated with cognitive decline and even depression over time. And beyond the science, there is something symbolically essential about breaking the fast. It is an act of nourishment, of presence, a moment of self-recognition before the day begins to demand pieces of you. And in many cultures, the morning meal is seen not as a utility, but as a grounding ceremony, a ritual of beginning. And when you rob yourself of that ritual every day, you start the day in deficit. Not just calorically, but cognitively, emotionally, and psychologically. And over months and years, that deficit accumulates, not always in weight or illness, but in diminished sharpness, decreased resilience, and a frayed connection to the body's internal wisdom. And what is especially revealing is that people who skip breakfast often report a kind of low-grade unease throughout their mornings, a scattered focus that is easy to blame on lack of sleep or general busyness, when in fact it is a neurological consequence of not giving the brain the energy it needs during a critical window of mental alertness. And even those who eat later tend to miss out on the time of day dependent benefits of nutrient absorption and hormonal balance that morning meals facilitate. And if you add to that the cultural glorification of skipping meals in the name of productivity or discipline, the habit becomes not just normalized but rewarded despite its long-term costs. And what we now understand from chrononutrition research is that the timing of food matters as much as its quality. That front-loading calories earlier in the day is linked to better metabolic health, improved cognitive function, and even reduced cravings in the evening. And by contrast, those who eat most of their calories at night and skip breakfast tend to have higher BMI, worse glycemic control, and more erratic sleep patterns, because the body expects nourishment during daylight, not after dark. And when you consistently break that biological expectation, your internal systems fall out of sync, not in dramatic crashes, but in quiet inefficiencies. Sleep that feels less restful, digestion that feels sluggish, mood that feels brittle, and memory that feels slightly out of reach. And if you have ever wondered why some days feel like a blur before noon, or why your patience evaporates faster in the morning, or why you feel behind even before you start, it might not be your schedule. It might be the missing breakfast, the missing signal that says you are safe, you are fed, you are awake, you can begin. And bringing that back does not require grand reinvention, just a return to awareness, to the possibility that one simple act can change the rhythm of your day. And what you eat does matter, of course. Processed pastries and sugary cereals will not serve the same purpose as balanced proteins, complex carbs, and healthy fats. But the act itself, the choice to nourish, sends a message to your nervous system. You are taking care of yourself. You are tuning into the clock within. And this message reverberates throughout your morning in clearer thinking, steadier emotions, and deeper presence. And while the world rushes forward, skipping steps in the name of speed, you can reclaim something ancient, something grounding, something wise. The slow awakening of body and mind through food. The honoring of the fast by breaking it with care. And in doing so, you nourish more than your cells. You nourish your memory, your resilience, your ability to be here in this day, with full attention and full presence. And you begin not just the day, but yourself. Too much headphone use. You probably never noticed when it became constant. The soft click in your ears, the subtle suction of silicone tips sealing the world away, the thread of sound running directly into your head like a second bloodstream. And at first it felt like control, like a gentle kind of solitude, a way to turn noisy streets into personal soundtracks or dull commutes into podcasts of purpose. And for a while, it worked. It soothed. It helped you focus. But slowly and almost imperceptibly, that boundary between outside and inside blurred. And the headphones that once helped you disconnect from the chaos began disconnecting you from the moment, from people, from your body, and most quietly of all, from your own ears. Themselves fragile biological instruments never designed for such constant stimulation, such intimate bombardment of sound waves, vibrating tissue, pushing fluid, activating nerves, hour after hour without pause. And while technology marketed it as lifestyle enhancement, what it often became was a slow erosion of auditory sensitivity, a numbing of external awareness, and in some cases, a ticking clock toward permanent damage. Because the cochlea, the spiral organ in your inner ear, is filled with microscopic hair cells that translate vibrations into electrical signals. Your brain can interpret, and once damaged, these cells do not regenerate, meaning that each overloud or overlong session through your earbuds could chip away at your hearing irreversibly. And the risk is not just in volume, though that matters. Anything above 85 decibels over extended periods can begin the damage. But in duration, in the hours we now spend listening without silence, in the normalization of always having something playing, music while walking, YouTube while cleaning, voice messages on the go, meetings in both ears, and a world that is now designed for seamless, uninterrupted audio makes it harder than ever to unplug. Not because you are addicted to sound, but because silence now feels awkward, empty, or even threatening, and that subtle discomfort drives you back to your earbuds like a reflex, a reassurance, a distraction. But your ears, like all parts of the nervous system, require cycles of stimulation and recovery, waves of input and rest. And what too many of us unknowingly deny ourselves is that crucial recovery window, and the cost builds not just in hearing loss, which now affects a rising number of younger adults, but in auditory fatigue, which mimics burnout. Sounds blur, words become harder to process, attention frays, and the cognitive load of constant listening depletes your brain's executive function. And when that happens subtly, you may not realize it's your headphones, only that you feel tired, unfocused, emotionally dulled, and strangely irritable, especially after long stretches of listening. And this matters because hearing is not passive, it is active cognition, a real-time processing task that involves memory, prediction, and interpretation. And when we overwhelm it with dense layers of music, dialogue, notifications, alerts, ambient loops, we tax the system. We force the brain to work harder, to filter, to attend, to make meaning. And that strain often goes unnoticed because it does not hurt like a muscle, but it wears down the same way: overuse, overexposure, and under-rest. And studies now show that even moderate headphone use, when extended across 6 to 8 hours daily, can impact not only hearing thresholds, but spatial awareness, reaction time, and emotional regulation, particularly in younger brains still developing the auditory cortex. And beyond the physical, there is the emotional cost, the way constant headphone use can wall you off from the subtleties of your environment, the tone in someone's voice, the softness of wind, the rustle of trees, the laughter in another room. These sounds feed your nervous system too, orient your sense of belonging, of reality, of presence. And when your brain is deprived of these inputs for too long, it can distort your sense of connection, of safety, even of identity. Because to be human is to be attuned, not just to what you choose to hear, but to what the world offers freely, ambiently, through shared space. And perhaps what is most overlooked is how this affects social intimacy, not in the obvious way of ignoring someone to keep your headphones in, but in the way it rewires your expectations of communication, your tolerance for silence in conversation, your patience for nuance, because real voices are not compressed or edited or delivered with algorithmic perfection. They falter, pause, contradict, and the more time you spend immersed in tightly curated audio environments, the harder it can become to tolerate the messier reality of human interaction. And so headphones, for all their brilliance, also risk becoming armor, a way to avoid discomfort, but also a way to avoid growth, spontaneity, and even healing. And for some, especially those using headphones as a buffer for anxiety or overstimulation, the boundary becomes even more complex. What feels like safety in the short term can deepen isolation in the long term. And healing that balance does not mean abandoning technology, but re-establishing rhythm, knowing when to engage and when to release, when to listen and when to let silence recalibrate your brain. Because silence is not empty. It is full of neurobiological repair, of auditory reset, of space in which your brain can return to baseline. And in that quiet, your attention sharpens, your emotional range expands, and your hearing, both literal and metaphorical, begins to open again. And so the invitation here is not to demonize the headphone, but to question its role in your life. Does it serve you or silence you? Does it bring you into the moment or pull you away from it? And if it is the latter, gently, without shame, begin carving moments of unplugged presence. 5 minutes on a walk without music, a meal without background noise, a sunset with nothing in your ears but the wind. And over time, you may rediscover that the world has a rhythm too, that your nervous system remembers how to settle without sound, that silence is not awkward but sacred, and that in protecting your hearing, you are not just preserving a sense, but safeguarding your connection to others, to the world, and to yourself. Fake smiling constantly. There is a peculiar weight in pretending to be fine when you are not, a silent burden that lodges itself somewhere between your cheeks and your chest, where a smile is stretched across your face, not as an expression of joy, but as a kind of armor, a performance you have learned to deliver so well that even you might start to believe it. And while society often rewards this kind of composure, this appearance of positivity, the truth is that fake smiling, when done frequently and habitually, does not merely hide emotion, it shapes it, distorts it, suppresses it, and in the long run, it begins to mold your psychological and even physiological state in ways that most people never realize. Because your facial muscles are not just tools of expression, they are deeply connected to your brain's emotional circuits through a feedback loop known as the facial feedback hypothesis, which suggests that the act of smiling can actually influence how you feel. And while that might sound like good news, like a biological fake it till you make it mechanism, the reality is more nuanced. Because when the smile is genuine, when it rises spontaneously from an authentic sense of joy, connection, amusement, or gratitude, it sends signals to the brain that reinforce those feelings, release dopamine and serotonin, and foster a sense of well-being. But when the smile is forced, socially mandated, or used to mask discomfort, pain, anxiety, or sadness, it activates a very different pattern in the nervous system, one that demands emotional labor without resolution, one that can increase stress, fatigue, and even emotional dissonance. The psychological tension that arises when your external expression does not match your internal experience. And that tension, when repeated daily, can lead to burnout, lowered self-awareness, and a growing sense of detachment from your own emotions. Because each fake smile is, in a way, a micro-denial, a subtle invalidation of what you are truly feeling. And over time, this can erode your ability to even recognize those feelings clearly, let alone express them. Which is why research has linked chronic surface acting, especially in emotionally demanding jobs like customer service, teaching, healthcare, and hospitality, to higher rates of depression, anxiety, sleep disturb, answers, and even immune suppression. And yet, despite these findings, many environments continue to subtly enforce the smile norm. A social script that equates cheerfulness with competence, likability, or strength, leaving little room for nuance, complexity, or authenticity. And so people smile through grief, through conflict, through mental health struggles, through moments that beg for honesty, not performance. And the cost is cumulative, because your body keeps score, not just through emotion, but through tension, tight jaws, stiff necks, clenched stomachs, and through the nervous system's constant toggling between sympathetic readiness and parasympathetic rest, a dance that becomes dysregulated when you are smiling on the outside while hurting on the inside. And perhaps what makes this dynamic so insidious is that it often begins with good intentions. You do not want to worry others. You want to be seen as professional or polite or resilient. You want to lift the mood, keep the peace, maintain harmony. But over time, the line blurs between being considerate and being inauthentic. And in that blur, you may begin to feel invisible, not because others do not see you, but because they only see a version of you that is curated, managed, and emotionally edited. And this is not about abandoning kindness or becoming openly bitter. It is about reclaiming permission to be real, to let your face match your feelings when it matters most, and to understand that authenticity is not the opposite of strength, but a deeper version of it, one that allows for honesty, vulnerability, and growth. And from a neurobiological perspective, suppressing true emotional expression can actually inhibit emotional processing, which is essential for resilience, because the brain does not merely experience emotion, it metabolizes it. And when you constantly interrupt that process with inauthentic smiles, you interrupt your emotional digestion, leaving behind residues of unprocessed tension, unspoken pain, and in extreme cases, even symptoms of dissociation. And so it becomes a quiet survival strategy. Smile to deflect, to cope, to avoid confrontation or collapse. But eventually, that strategy can become a prison. One where the bars are made of your own teeth and the door is locked by the very expectations you learned to fulfill. And this pattern is not just internal. It is cultural, it is gendered, it is racialized, it is economic, because not everyone is equally expected to smile, and not everyone can safely choose not to, especially in environments where smiling is equated with compliance, where not smiling is perceived as threatening, cold, or rude. And so many people, particularly women and marginalized individuals, are socially conditioned from a young age to use smiling as a safety mechanism, a disarming gesture, a way to preempt judgment. And while it can indeed diffuse tension in some situations, it often comes at a personal cost, a slow chipping away at authenticity and emotional boundaries. And what is needed is not less smiling, but more awareness of when you smile, why you smile, and what that smile is doing to you on the inside. Because sometimes allowing your face to be neutral, or even sad, or tired, or tense, is not a failure of grace. It is a form of truth, telling a gesture of integrity that says, "This is where I really am." And it is in those moments that true empathy becomes possible, because real connection begins where performance ends. And the irony is that when you stop forcing yourself to smile, when you honor your true emotional state, the genuine smiles that do emerge are deeper, more satisfying, more contagious, because they are born from wholeness, not from duty. And so the next time you feel yourself reaching for that automatic smile, the one you wear like a mask, pause, check in, ask yourself if this moment requires performance or presence. And remember that your worth is not measured by your cheerfulness, that your humanity is not diminished by visible sadness, and that your face, just as it is allowed to be real, because you are allowed to be real. And in that permission, you may just find a deeper kind of joy waiting for you. Not the joy of pleasing others, but the quiet joy of being fully, honestly, beautifully yourself, breathing through the mouth, You would never guess that something as simple and automatic as breathing, something you do over 20,000 times a day without thinking, could be the quiet architect of your health or the subtle saboteur of your well-being. But the way you breathe, especially whether you breathe through your nose or your mouth, holds more power over your body and mind than most people ever realize. And the deeper you look, the more you'll see that the air you take in is not just fuel, not just a background process, but a dialogue between your biology and your environment. A silent rhythm that echoes through your brain, heart, and even your posture. And that mouth breathing, though common and often unnoticed, is not neutral. It is disruptive, stressful, and alarmingly misunderstood. It starts so innocently. Maybe you are congested for a few days. Maybe stress pulls your jaw open in your sleep. Maybe you get used to it while exercising or talking too much. And without realizing it, you slip into a default pattern where your lips are parted more often than they are closed, where the air bypasses the intricate filter system of your nasal cavity, where the body begins to adapt not toward health but toward coping, building compensations in your muscles, altering the chemistry of your blood, and subtly changing your nervous system's default state. The nose is not just a passive opening, it is a vital organ designed to warm, humidify, filter, and even enrich the air you breathe with nitric oxide, a molecule with powerful effects on blood vessels, immunity, and oxygen delivery. And when you bypass it by breathing through your mouth, you're not just losing comfort, you are losing protection, efficiency, and balance. You are telling your body to survive instead of thrive. Over time, this switch to mouth breathing can raise cortisol levels, shift your nervous system into a more sympathetic, fight or flight mode, increase your resting heart rate, and even reduce your ability to enter deep, restorative sleep. And the consequences do not stop at fatigue or dry lips. They extend to how your face develops in childhood, how your teeth align, how your posture forms, and how your brain processes information. Children who grow up breathing through their mouths often show altered facial structures, longer faces, narrower dental arches, more crowded teeth. Not because of genetics, but because the tongue, which should rest against the roof of the mouth to stimulate proper growth, drops down and leaves the upper jaw unsupported, leading to a cascade of compensations that affect not just appearance, but function, including speech, swallowing, and even attention. Adults are not immune either. Mouth breathing during sleep is a major contributor to snoring, sleep apnea, fragmented rest, and next-day brain fog. And during waking hours, it correlates with poor posture, anxiety, lowered heart rate variability, and even digestive inefficiencies, as improper breathing mechanics subtly stress the vagus nerve and diaphragm. And the irony is that this shift often goes unnoticed for years, even decades, because it feels so natural to breathe through your mouth when you are tired, when your nose is blocked, when you are exercising or speaking. Yet this natural behavior is actually a survival fallback, not an optimal baseline. It is your body choosing the path of least resistance, not the path of best function. The chemistry of breathing matters too. Nasal breathing helps maintain proper levels of carbon dioxide, which is essential for oxygen release at the cellular level, meaning that mouth breathing, which tends to be shallower and faster, can actually decrease the oxygen that reaches your tissues, even if you are breathing more air, a paradox that leaves people feeling winded, dizzy, or anxious without knowing why. And it goes deeper still. Mouth breathing subtly reshapes your facial muscles and jawline over time, reinforcing a low tongue posture that weakens airway stability, which can further increase the risk of snoring and sleep. Disordered breathing, a feedback loop that amplifies itself as the years go on. Even your breath during conversation, if routed through your mouth, can affect your vocal tone, your hydration, and the subtle cues others pick up on, as stress or restlessness, influencing social perception in ways you would never attribute to breathing. The nervous system interprets mouth breathing as a mild stress signal, especially during rest, keeping your body in a slightly elevated state of alertness, which might help in emergencies, but slowly erodes your parasympathetic tone, the calm healing mode your body needs for digestion, recovery, and emotional regulation. And so, what begins as a harmless habit becomes a whispering antagonist, stealing quality from your sleep, stillness from your mind, and resilience from your immune system, all while hiding in plain sight. But here's the most empowering part. Breath is one of the few automatic systems in your body that you can consciously influence. And by bringing awareness back to nasal breathing, especially during sleep, during rest, and during moments of stress, you can gently rewire your physiology, restore deeper sleep, improve blood oxygenation, and reintroduce your body to its most natural and calming rhythm. Practices like taping the mouth gently during sleep, under professional guidance, learning diaphragmatic breathing, and maintaining nasal hygiene can all help re-establish nose breathing as the default. And though the change may feel subtle at first, the compound effects over weeks and months can be profound. You may notice that your sleep becomes deeper, your thoughts clearer, your posture more relaxed, your voice steadier. Not because of some external miracle, but because you've returned to the way your body was designed to breathe. The air is the same, but your relationship with it changes. And in this, there is a quiet kind of healing, not dramatic, not flashy, but continuous, breath by breath, night by night. So next time you catch yourself breathing through your mouth, let that awareness be an invitation, not a judgment. Close your lips, breathe through your nose, and know that in this tiny act, you are reclaiming something ancient and essential. You are choosing presence over panic, restoration over reaction, and in a world that demands so much from you, this single gentle decision is a form of self-respect. Because how you breathe shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes how you live, and the smallest things, done with consistency, can echo louder than the grandest changes. Breathe like you are meant to, quietly, deeply through the nose, relying only on supplements. You may not even realize when it happens, when the colorful bottles, the powdered promises, and the milligram precision of labels begin to replace something far more organic, far more intricate, and far more ancient than any supplement aisle could ever replicate. When wellness is slowly outsourced from your plate, your sleep, your breath, and your habits into capsules, chews, tablets, and tinctures that promise to fill every gap, optimize every function, and buffer every indulgence. Until one day, without quite meaning to, you find yourself trusting more in the supplement stack by your sink than the body that has evolved over millions of years to regulate, adapt, and heal itself from the inside out. There is something seductively modern about supplements, a sense that you are in control, that you are biohacking your biology with precision, upgrading your performance, your immunity, your longevity. But beneath the surface of that narrative lies a quieter truth, that while some supplements can indeed be helpful, and in specific deficiencies, even life-saving, the moment they become substitutes rather than supports, the moment you trust them more than your sleep, your nutrition, your movement, your light exposure, or your emotional regulation, is the moment they start silently betraying the very health they promise to enhance. The problem is not the supplement itself, it is the illusion it creates. The illusion that you can override poor habits with pills, that you can outsmart stress, inflammation, or malnutrition with high-dose shortcuts. That wellness is something you consume rather than something you cultivate. And this illusion is reinforced every time a problem feels solvable by popping something rather than examining deeper layers of cause. You skip meals, but take multivitamins. You sleep 4 hours but swallow melatonin. You barely see the sun, but pop vitamin D. You sit for 10 hours, then take magnesium for tight muscles. You are anxious all day, but hope lenin or ashwagandha will fix it. And at first it may seem like it works. A little boost here, a little calm there. But what you are really doing is layering solutions over symptoms, patching over root problems with molecular tape, and slowly teaching your body not to self-regulate, but to wait for external instruction, to outsource resilience to routine. Your body is not a machine missing parts. It is a living system in constant adaptation. And most of the time, what it really needs is not another pill. It needs rest, real food, silence, breath, sunlight, presence, boundaries, joy. And yet, modern wellness culture rarely speaks this way. It rewards precision dosing over intuitive care, glorifies lab work over self-awareness, and offers you a curated shelf of fixes that quietly whisper, "You are broken." But here is how to unbreak yourself chemically. What this forgets is that supplements were meant to supplement something, not replace it. The original premise was to fill in what is temporarily lacking, not to become a permanent crutch for what is chronically missing in lifestyle. When you rely only on supplements, you are often treating symptoms while leaving systems untouched. Vitamin C does not fix the inflammation driven by poor sleep and chronic stress. Zinc cannot undo the immune suppression caused by loneliness or burnout. Collagen will not repair damage caused by excessive sugar, alcohol, or unresolved trauma. Creatine cannot restore muscle function if the body is underfed, immobile, or inflamed. And while these compounds have real effects, they are context dependent. They amplify, buffer, assist, but they cannot replace. They are like backup dancers. They elevate the performance, but they are not the main show that belongs to your behavior, to your rhythm, to the ordinary, unsponsored acts of care that build resilience over decades. Yet, the more we glorify the promise of supplementation, the more disconnected we become from the ancient truths that health is built in kitchens, in forests, in quiet bedrooms, in movement, in breath, not just in pharmacies or online carts. And the cost of this disconnection is subtle but accumulative. It creates a generation that knows every nootropic but has never meditated. That tracks macros but never chews slowly. That drinks protein shakes but forgets to digest emotions. That takes adaptogens but never reevaluates boundaries or workload. That swallows omega-3s but eats no real fish. That believes it can fix what is human with what is synthetic. And over time, this approach to health begins to feel hollow. Not because the pills are fake, but because the foundation is. Because you cannot supplement your way out of misalignment, out of deprivation, out of neglect. Supplements are tools, not foundations. They are useful when you have iron deficiency, not when you are bleeding internally from a life you never questioned. They are helpful when food is scarce or soil is depleted, but not when your dinner comes from a box and your joy comes from likes. Even the best curated supplement routine cannot override the effects of chronic under-eating, over-stimulation, late nights, shallow breathing, and emotional suppression. The paradox is that people who rely most on supplements are often the ones whose systems are most stressed. Not because they are weak, but because they are misled, taught that optimal health is a product to be ordered, not a process to be respected. And so, the real path forward is not to reject supplements, but to reposition them. Use them wisely, strategically, supportively. Let magnesium help your sleep, but also wind down dim lights. Avoid blue screens. Let vitamin D assist you in winter, but also step into the morning light with eyes open. Take probiotics if needed, but also feed your microbiome with fiber, diversity, connection. Use B12 if you are plant-based. But remember that energy is also built from rest, laughter, movement, and meaning. The deeper truth is this: health is layered. Supplements address one layer. Behavior addresses another. Environment another. Emotion another. And if you build your entire health approach on just one layer, no matter how precise, it will eventually crumble. The strongest systems are holistic, not just in philosophy, but in practice. They prioritize nourishment over numbers, intuition over obsession, presence over perfection. Because real health is not about how many pills you take. It is about how deeply you live. It is about whether you feel safe in your body, at home in your mind, energized by your day. And no capsule can do that for you. Only you can. Through the quiet rituals you repeat, the foods you chew with gratitude, the spaces you create for breath, the rhythms you honor with sleep, the light you step into each day, the conversations that make you laugh, and the boundaries that protect your peace. These are the original supplements. They are free, ancient, and often ignored. But they still work better than anything in a bottle. Not drinking water in cold weather. You rarely think about it in winter, not because you are unaware, but because your body has stopped sending the loudest signals. Those desperate cries for hydration that scream during summer's heat waves. When sweat clings to your skin and thirst pulses on your lips, but cold deceives you, quiets your instincts, blunts your biological alarms, until you slowly stop drinking water, not from rebellion, but from forgetfulness. As if hydration were a seasonal concept, rather than a daily biological necessity. And so, under scarves and coats, your cells begin drying out in silence. It is strange how much we associate thirst with temperature, as if cold weather exempts us from our fundamental needs, as if staying warm replaces the need to stay hydrated. But beneath this illusion lies a widespread and underestimated truth. Cold weather dehydration is one of the most overlooked threats to your energy, cognition, circulation, and immune resilience. Because while the air feels moist with fog and your skin stays dry from heaters, what you do not realize is that your body is losing water almost as rapidly as it does in summer, just in subtler, more invisible ways. You still exhale moisture with every breath, still urinate frequently due to cold, induce diuresis, and still experience fluid shifts caused by temperature, induced vascular constriction. Yet because you do not feel the thirst, you rarely drink until the symptoms creep in. Brain fog that feels like burnout, fatigue that mimics anemia, dry skin mistaken for seasonal sensitivity, headaches shrugged off as stress, low mood assumed to be winter blues, and immune crashes that arrive like surprise attacks, when all along the foundation was dehydration, hiding in plain sight. Your body is more than 60% water, not just in summer, but always. Your brain, your blood, your lymph, your digestion, your detox systems, even your mitochondria rely on constant hydration to function efficiently. And when cold weather pushes hydration to the back of your mind, your internal systems begin working with diminished resources, struggling to maintain the same processes with thinner lubrication, slower transport, reduced cellular efficiency. This is why digestion slows in winter. Not just because you eat heavier meals, but because the water that softens, dissolves, and transports nutrients is absent. It is why your joints ache more. Not just due to cold, but because the synovial fluid that cushions and lubricates is reduced. It is why your skin cracks, not only from wind, but because the dermal layers are poorly hydrated from within. It is why your circulation struggles, not only from vasoconstriction, but because your blood is more viscous, less hydrated, harder to pump. And yet, few realize this link because thirst is not always the best signal, especially in cold. By the time you feel thirsty in winter, you may already be significantly dehydrated. Your body, trying to conserve heat, reduces blood flow to extremities, suppresses thirst signals, and prioritizes thermal regulation over fluid alert systems. This means your hydration habits must become proactive rather than reactive, intentional rather than instinctual. You must choose to hydrate not because you feel the need, but because you understand what is quietly being lost. And this is where so many people make critical mistakes, not maliciously, but habitually. They drink hot coffee all morning, not realizing its diuretic nature. They consume salty winter foods and broths, unaware that sodium increases fluid needs. They exercise indoors in dry, heated air without replenishing losses. They wrap themselves in warm layers, trapping sweat that still escapes invisibly through the skin, and at the end of the day, they wonder why they feel drained, sluggish, foggy, heavy, not realizing their cells are parched. Even mild dehydration, just a 1% loss in body water, can reduce physical and cognitive performance, impair memory, lower mood, and increase perceived effort. In children and the elderly, this effect is even more dramatic. And yet, we rarely link hydration to winter ailments. We treat dry skin with lotion, but not water. We treat fatigue with caffeine, not fluids. We treat constipation with fiber, but forget that fiber needs water to function. We treat immune crashes with supplements, but forget that lymph, your immune highway, is water. So what can you do? You can start by making water visible again. Leave a bottle in your line of sight. Set reminders, not because you are forgetful, but because your body has been tricked into silence. Drink warm water with lemon, herbal teas, or diluted soups, liquids that warm while hydrating. Track your intake, not to obsess, but to recalibrate awareness. Watch your urine color. It is still your best hydration marker. And if your skin is dry, ask first if your cells are dry. If your mood dips, ask if your brain is bathed in enough fluid to function. If you feel stuck, heavy, tired, ask if the solution is not more action, but more hydration. And let this understanding go deeper. Realize that hydration is not just about performance. It is about permission. Permission for your body to flow, to detoxify, to circulate, to think clearly, to digest peacefully, to heal fully. Water is not just a background element. It is the conductor of every symphony in your body. And when cold weather pushes it out of your consciousness, your health begins to whisper first, then scream. So the next time you reach for another blanket, another coffee, another excuse to ignore the glass nearby, pause. Ask yourself, am I listening to what my body needs, or what the season has taught me to ignore? And if you truly want to feel better in winter, not just warmer, but sharper, calmer, more resilient, begin not with supplements, not with food, not with light therapy, but with something more ancient, more essential, more humble. Begin with water, staying in toxic friendships. You don't always recognize the poison when it's sweet, when it comes wrapped in laughter and memories, when it wears the face of someone who once knew your childhood fears or held your secrets like sacred offerings. And so you stay, not because it feels good, but because it once did, or because you hope it might again, or because the fear of leaving feels heavier than the weight of staying. And what begins as small compromises, ignoring the sarcasm that cuts a little too deep, brushing off the dismissiveness when you speak, swallowing the knot in your stomach when your needs are belittled, slowly becomes a routine of betrayal you normalize, a quiet erosion of your sense of worth dressed up as loyalty, until one day you realize that the version of you who used to laugh freely, who used to feel safe, who used to trust their own instincts has become a ghost, haunting a friendship you're too afraid to exercise. Because toxic friendships don't always scream. They whisper, they chip away, they convince you that love has to be earned, that criticism is care, that discomfort is your fault, that your boundaries are burdens. And so you shrink, you bend, you contort yourself into something smaller to fit inside the story. Someone else keeps writing for you. But this adaptation isn't growth. It's a slow self-erasure disguised as connection, a performance of closeness that leaves you lonelier than being alone ever could. And yet, so many stay not out of ignorance, but out of emotional inertia, out of the sunk cost of shared years, out of guilt for pulling away from someone who still calls you best friend, even while their presence makes your body tense and your mind doubt itself. And here's the paradox. The people who hurt you the most often also comfort you just enough to keep you hooked, creating a cycle of dependency that feels familiar, almost familial, especially if you grew up around conditional love. And that's what makes it so hard to leave. Not just the person, but the pattern. The belief that if you try harder, tolerate longer, or change more, the friendship will finally feel mutual, finally feel safe. But safety should not have to be earned in relationships that are supposed to be your refuge. And real friendship is not transactional, not based on usefulness or constant forgiveness. Not a scoreboard of who's right more often, but a sanctuary where your voice doesn't echo in emptiness, where your hurt isn't minimized with, "You're too sensitive," and your joy isn't met with jealousy. So why do we stay when we know something is wrong? Because human beings are wired for connection, and that wiring can be hijacked by familiarity, even when familiar means harmful. Because leaving a toxic friendship isn't just about cutting ties. It's about grieving the story you told yourself, the hope you held onto, the version of the relationship you kept believing in long after it stopped being real. And often it's not one big betrayal that opens your eyes. It's 1,000 tiny moments. The friend who only calls when they need something, who jokes about your insecurities in front of others, who disappears during your lows, but expects full attendance at their highs, who competes with your growth, who sees your boundaries as rejection and your pain as overreaction. And each time you excuse it, rationalize it, or tell yourself, that's just how they are, you reinforce the lie that you deserve less. That enduring mistreatment is a form of strength. But strength isn't suffering silently. It's knowing when to walk away, even from people who once mattered, even from memories that glow in hindsight. Because nostalgia is a powerful drug, and it can blur the edges of reality until you forget how things really felt when you were inside them. And sometimes, the person you're missing is not the friend you have now, but the friend you thought they were or hoped they'd become. And that distinction is crucial, because clarity often comes not in confrontation, but in quiet reflection, in noticing how you feel after spending time with them. Drained or energized, small or seen, silenced or heard. And those feelings don't lie, even when your mind tries to rewrite them. And that's where the healing begins. Not in blaming them, but in listening to yourself. In honoring the tension that rises when their name appears on your phone. In paying attention to the relief you feel when plans are cancelled. In realizing that anxiety is not a normal side effect of friendship, and that you don't have to keep someone in your life just because they've always been there. Because time invested is not proof of love. And history does not obligate you to suffer. And the most dangerous friendships are the ones that convince you to question your own worth while pretending to celebrate it, to laugh with you, while secretly resenting your joy, to keep you close, while quietly clipping your wings. And we often romanticize loyalty without asking what it's costing us, without recognizing that loyalty without reciprocity becomes self-abandonment. And the truth is, it's okay to outgrow people, to let go of dynamics that no longer serve your growth, to choose peace over chaos, clarity over confusion, and healing over history. And yes, it will hurt. It always does. But that pain is fertile soil for a new kind of connection, one rooted not in obligation, but in mutual respect, where you don't have to second guess your feelings or censor your truth. And if you are waiting for the right moment to leave, know this: there won't be a perfect one, only a brave one. And bravery isn't loud. It's the quiet decision to prioritize your inner peace, to unlearn the idea that friendship means endurance at all costs, to reclaim your time, your space, your worth. And if you feel like the villain for leaving, remember that villains are often just people who stop participating in their own mistreatment, who say no more and mean it. And sometimes, the most loving thing you can do for both of you is to walk away. Not in anger, but in truth. Not in revenge, but in release. And when you do, you make space, not just for healthier friendships, but for the version of yourself that you buried to keep the peace. The one who deserves friendships where love feels like safety, laughter feels like joy, and your presence is not just tolerated, but treasured. Chronic news consumption. You didn't mean to get hooked. No one ever does. But what began as a morning ritual of just checking the headlines slowly transformed into a subconscious compulsion, a reflexive scroll before your feet hit the floor, a digital sip of anxiety before coffee, a daily ritual of mentally scanning chaos in search of control. And you didn't notice the shift right away, because it felt responsible, even noble, to stay informed, to care about what's happening in the world, to keep your finger on the pulse of history as it unfolds. But over time, information stopped empowering you and started exhausting you, stopped enlightening you and began to drown you in a flood of updates you could not act on, stories you could not change, and outrage you could not process. And that's the twisted paradox of chronic news consumption. It masquerades as awareness, but often erodes clarity. It presents itself as civic duty, but functions like psychological quicksand, pulling your attention deeper into a storm that never ends, where one crisis bleeds into the next, with no time to grieve, reflect, or breathe. And in this non-stop cascade of alerts and breaking news, your nervous system never truly relaxes, your mind never resets. Because the news doesn't just inform, it performs, it amplifies, it provokes, and most importantly, it monetizes your attention by keeping you afraid, angry, or addicted to the next update. And so you start noticing the side effects, not in the headlines, but in your own body, in the tension in your jaw as you read yet another tragic story, in the tightness in your chest when doom scrolls become bedtime stories, in the way your mood dips after a long task read about injustice, and in the numbness that slowly sets in when every day feels like a new catastrophe. And the tragedy of this pattern is that the more you consume, the less you truly digest. Because the human brain was never designed to absorb the suffering of the entire planet in real time, to witness a global feed of trauma, grief, disaster, corruption, and polarization 24 hours a day. And yet, that's the norm now, and we call it being informed. But what if what we're really becoming is overstimulated, emotionally dysregulated, and disconnected from the kind of action that actually makes a difference? And herein lies the core issue. Chronic news consumption tricks your mind into thinking it's doing something, when in reality it's often a replacement for real engagement, a substitute for action, an illusion of control in a world that feels increasingly ungraspable. And because every article feels urgent, every headline feels like a moral emergency, you begin to internalize a sense of helpless responsibility, a quiet guilt for not doing more, a creeping dread that you're somehow complicit in the world's unraveling just by living your life. And this psychological burden, this accumulation of emotional residue, can lead to what experts call headline stress disorder, a kind of low-grade anxiety fueled by constant exposure to negative news, which doesn't just influence your mood but your worldview, subtly shaping how you see people, politics, the future, and even yourself. As if the world is always on fire, and you are always one step behind, and even when you turn the screen off, the residue lingers. Intrusive thoughts, pessimism, moral fatigue, compassion burnout, the slow erosion of hope, because chronic exposure to global problems, without corresponding agency, leads not to activism, but paralysis. And perhaps that's the most dangerous effect of all. Not that you feel too much, but that you eventually feel nothing. Not because you don't care, but because caring hurts too much, when it never leads to resolution. And so numbness becomes a defense mechanism. Apathy becomes a coping strategy. Cynicism becomes a shield against the overwhelming tide of global grief. And in this state, you begin to confuse awareness with despair, mistaking emotional collapse for maturity, believing that being jaded is somehow a sign of intelligence, when in truth, it's often just unprocessed pain in disguise. And the platforms that deliver this endless stream of content are not neutral. They are designed to algorithmically reward outrage, to prioritize divisiveness, to keep you scrolling not for understanding but for activation, because engagement is the metric and your attention is the product. And so every tap, every click, every scroll feeds a machine that profits from your exhaustion. And while news used to be curated by editors with ethical codes and structured broadcasts, now it is shaped by metrics and monetized fear, where context gets flattened into clickbait, where complexity is sacrificed for simplicity, and where truth competes with speed in a race no one wins. And in this environment, even facts become fragmented, distorted by repetition, and emotional framing, until you're no longer reacting to reality, but to a carefully curated version of it, designed to provoke maximum response. And this feedback loop becomes self-reinforcing. The more emotional the news, the more you click, the more you're fed, similar stories, the more you're fed, the more your worldview narrows into a filter bubble of confirmation and despair. And over time, this not only affects what you believe, but how you behave, how you relate to others, how you talk about the world, how you plan your life, and how much hope you allow yourself to hold. And yet, amidst this noise, the solution is not ignorance, but intentionality. Not to turn away from the world, but to learn how to engage with it in a way that preserves your mental clarity, emotional balance, and capacity for empathy. Because consuming the news without filters is like trying to drink from a fire hose. It overwhelms, it injures, it drowns out your inner voice, and the key is not to unplug completely, but to replug with boundaries, to replace endless scrolling with scheduled check-ins, to choose sources that value nuance over sensationalism, and to remember that being informed is not the same as being inundated, and that constant vigilance is not the price of being a good citizen, because true engagement requires rest, perspective, and space to process. And when you give yourself that space, when you step back from the feed, when you let silence be a part of your informational diet, you begin to notice what you've been missing: your own thoughts, your own voice, your own sense of direction. And in that stillness, you remember that awareness is not just about knowing what's wrong, it's about remembering what's right, what's possible, what's worth protecting. And sometimes, protecting your mental health is the most radical form of resistance, because it allows you to keep showing up in the ways that matter. Not burnt out, not frozen in fear, but grounded, clear-eyed, and ready to contribute from a place of clarity, not chaos. And so maybe the most important headline is the one you write for yourself each day. Not about the world as it screams at you, but about the life you choose to live within it, and the peace you choose to protect, not by ignoring the world's problems, but by refusing to let them steal your mind. Procrastination loops. You don't delay because you're lazy, even if that's what you tell yourself. You delay because something inside you is tangled, conflicting, unresolved, and the task you're avoiding isn't just a task anymore. It's become a mirror, a trigger, a symbol of something deeper that your conscious mind hasn't yet dared to name. And so you find yourself trapped in a strange loop, an invisible psychological circuit where intention never quite becomes action, where the thought, "I should do this," gets hijacked by discomfort, and that discomfort doesn't always scream. It whispers through distraction, cloaks itself in urgency for other things, persuades you that the floor needs sweeping, or the inbox checking, or that just 5 more minutes on your phone might make you feel ready. But you never do feel ready, and that's the nature of the loop. It feeds on your anticipation, thrives on your guilt, even though deep down you know that later rarely arrives the way you hope it will. Because procrastination isn't just poor time management, it's emotional misregulation disguised as delay. A silent coping mechanism your mind deploys when the task at hand feels too loaded, too high stakes, too tied to your identity, your worth, or your fear of failure. And each time you put it off, you're not just avoiding work. You're avoiding judgment, exposure, self-doubt. And yet the irony is that the longer you avoid it, the heavier it becomes, until even thinking about starting feels unbearable. And this creates a cycle where your avoidance fuels shame. Shame fuels anxiety, anxiety fuels more avoidance. And so the loop tightens, wraps itself around your motivation, like a slow constricting vine. And the cruelest part is how convincing the inner narrative becomes. You tell yourself you'll start when you have more energy, more clarity, more time, more confidence. But those conditions are a mirage, a moving target designed to keep you waiting, not working. Because the real reason you're stuck often lies beneath the surface, in hidden beliefs like, "I'm not good enough. What if I try and still fail?" Or, "If I never start, I never prove I'm incapable." And so procrastination becomes a form of protection, a way to preserve your sense of potential by never testing it, a strategy to delay rejection by never inviting it, a shield that masks itself as laziness, while concealing a deep longing to succeed without the pain of exposure. And when you look closer, you begin to see how this loop is not a single habit, but a network of micro-behaviors: constant checking, over-researching, compulsive planning, perfectionistic editing before the first draft is even written, and all of it serves the same purpose: to avoid the vulnerability of beginning imperfectly. And we don't talk enough about how starting something often feels like standing naked before the unknown. How the first step isn't just about motion, but about identity, about confronting who you are without the armor of potential or the excuses of time. And in that moment, your mind floods you with alternatives, temptations, micro rewards, social media, snacks, cleaning, even other productive tasks. Because anything feels safer than sitting face to face with a task that might expose your limits. And yet what we miss is that procrastination is also deeply neurological. When your brain associates a task with discomfort, the limbic system flags it as a threat, and your body subtly shifts into avoidance mode, triggering a stress response, not unlike the one used to escape predators. And so you don't just not do the task, you feel pulled away from it, as if by invisible force. And this is compounded by dopamine loops, where the quick hit rewards of avoidance behaviors, scrolling, eating, chatting, offer a fleeting sense of relief, tricking your brain into reinforcing the very pattern you're trying to escape. And that's why willpower alone often fails, because you're not battling laziness. You're battling your brain's reward prediction error, a deeply embedded system that prioritizes short-term relief over long-term achievement. And over time, this loop can morph into identity. You stop saying, "I'm procrastinating," and start saying, "I'm a procrastinator," internalizing the delay as a personality flaw, rather than a pattern born of misaligned incentives. And the danger there is immense, because once you label yourself, you stop trying to change the system, and instead begin protecting it, justifying it, even resenting those who operate outside of it. And yet the escape is not through punishment, not through more guilt, or stricter schedules or all-nighters that leave you depleted, but through understanding the architecture of the loop, its emotional roots, its cognitive reinforcements, its neural biases, and slowly rewiring the relationship you have with discomfort, uncertainty, and effort. Because most tasks don't get easier, they just get more familiar. And most fear doesn't vanish, it just gets diluted by action. And the truth is, the key to breaking the loop is not finishing the task, but starting in a way that bypasses the resistance entirely, by making the first step so small, so unintimidating, that the brain doesn't flag it as danger. And that's where strategies like the 2-minute rule, temptation bundling, or the 5-second rule find their power, not in being hacks, but in speaking the language of a brain that equates large, ambiguous tasks with existential threat, and small, concrete steps with safety. And when you combine these with self-compassion, when you stop framing procrastination as failure and start viewing it as a clue, a signal, a message about something deeper, you unlock the potential not just to work better, but to understand yourself more deeply, to ask why certain tasks make you freeze while others don't, why your energy spikes at night or under pressure, why you fear success as much as failure. And in that reflection, you might discover that procrastination isn't always about avoiding work, but about avoiding the emotions that work stirs up: doubt, perfectionism, exposure, or the haunting possibility that even your best might not be enough. And yet therein lies the paradox. Your best will never emerge if you never begin, and your potential will never manifest if it's always protected. And so the invitation is this: not to eliminate the loop with force, but to interrupt it with presence, curiosity, and kindness, to notice when it begins, to name it, and then to act anyway. not in defiance of fear, but alongside it. And as you do, you start to dissolve the myth that motivation must come first. Because action births motivation far more reliably than the other way around. And each time you take a step, no matter how small, you're not just moving forward, you're rewriting the story of who you are, from someone trapped in cycles to someone who learns how to unloop, one choice at a time. Over-scheduling yourself. You don't wake up one day and decide to overschedule yourself. It happens slowly, incrementally, under the illusion of ambition, responsibility, or control, until your life becomes a tightrope stretched between calendar blocks. A blur of back obligations that leave no room to exhale, no moment unclaimed, and somewhere along the way, you forget what it felt like to move through time without measuring it, to breathe without scanning your to-do list, to exist without apologizing for not being more productive. And it's not just the physical exhaustion that builds. It's the quiet psychological erosion that occurs when your self-worth becomes fused with output. When success is measured by how many meetings you can survive, how many plates you can spin, how many checkboxes you can tick before midnight. And this isn't about poor time management. It's about a deeper cultural script that whispers, if you're not busy, you're not valuable. And so you comply, not because you love chaos, but because busyness feels safer than stillness. Because slowing down would mean facing the discomfort that rush helps you avoid. The fear of inadequacy, the questions you haven't answered, the feelings you haven't processed. And in that way, overscheduling becomes a form of escape disguised as discipline, a socially approved addiction to structure that hides the fact that you no longer know how to simply be. And the irony is that the more you cram into your day, the more fragmented your attention becomes, until your mind is never fully present in one place, but always running ahead to the next. And this constant mental hopping creates a kind of cognitive burnout that no amount of caffeine can fix. Because the human brain was not designed for perpetual switching. It needs space to think, to integrate, to rest. And when every hour is planned, spontaneity dies, creativity shrinks, and even joy begins to feel like another task you have to schedule in and justify. And what's even more insidious is how this lifestyle is celebrated, even glamorized. How people brag about being booked solid, how "I'm so busy" becomes a badge of honor instead of a red flag. How productivity becomes a personality trait rather than a tool. And in this paradigm, saying no feels like failure, taking a break feels like guilt, and unstructured time feels threatening, because when you stop moving, the thoughts catch up. And for many, that's more terrifying than any deadline. And so you keep going, overfilling your days with appointments, commitments, check-ins, check-outs, never stopping to ask, what am I chasing? Because to ask that might reveal that some of these obligations aren't yours at all, that some of your goals were inherited, expected, or unconsciously absorbed from a culture that worships hustle and shames rest. And when you look closer, you begin to see that overscheduling isn't always about achievement. It's often about avoidance, about silencing the internal voice that wonders if you're enough without a calendar full of evidence. And the tragedy is that in trying to prove your value, you end up trading your vitality, living from task to task like a machine, not realizing that efficiency is not the same as effectiveness. And more doesn't always mean better. Sometimes it just means more fractured, more fatigued, more detached from your own rhythm. And beneath it all, there's often a fear of emptiness, of what might surface in the silence between appointments, of who you are when you're not being useful to someone else. And this is where the deeper questions emerge. What does it mean to live a meaningful life? Is it about doing more or doing what matters? Is it about being busy or being awake? And if you were to strip away the external pressures, what would your days look like? Would you still say yes so often? Would you still schedule every hour? Would you still feel guilty for resting? These are not easy questions, because they challenge the scaffolding we've built our identities on, especially in a world where time is money and rest is rebellion. But asking them is essential, because the cost of overscheduling is not just stress, It's disconnection from yourself, from your relationships, from the present moment, and from the deeper purpose that often gets drowned out by the noise of constant doing. And here's the paradox. We often overschedule in search of control, but in doing so, we surrender the very freedom we crave. And we fill every minute hoping to feel less overwhelmed, only to end up more exhausted, more numb, more reactive, and less fulfilled. And the cycle perpetuates itself because the world rewards the visible signs of effort, full calendars, rapid responses, sleepless nights, but rarely pauses to ask about the inner cost, about the frayed attention, the depleted joy, the chronic fatigue that becomes your new normal. And unless you step back, it never stops. Because the system you're caught in doesn't have brakes. It only accelerates, and it will keep asking for more until you burn out, break down, or finally say enough. And that word, though small, is revolutionary, because it marks the moment you reclaim your time, not as a commodity to be maximized, but as a sacred resource to be honored, protected, and aligned with your real values. And this doesn't mean abandoning ambition or becoming passive. It means becoming intentional, discerning, strategic about where your energy goes and why, and recognizing that spaciousness is not laziness but clarity, that rest is not weakness, but restoration, that unstructured time is not a waste but a wellspring, and that when you allow yourself to do less, you often discover more, not just about your goals, but about yourself, and the things you've been too busy to feel, to hear, to heal. And maybe the greatest act of courage in a world that glorifies busyness is to stop, just long enough to listen to your own pace, to reorient your days around meaning instead of momentum, to let your schedule reflect your soul instead of your stress, and to remember that you are not a machine, not a productivity algorithm, not a cog in a system, but a living, breathing, feeling human being who deserves more than a life of constant acceleration toward a destination you've never paused long enough to question. Dieting without rest days. You might think discipline is the highest virtue when chasing health, that more control means more success, that if you just push harder, restrict further, skip breaks, and never loosen your grip, your body will finally submit to your ideals. But what if that very mindset, the one that tells you rest is weakness and hunger is failure, is the very thing sabotaging your goals from the inside out? What if the very thing you are trying to escape, fatigue, stagnation, burnout, is not because you are not trying hard enough, but because you are trying too hard without pause? And the machine you call your body is quietly breaking down under the weight of non-stop expectations. Dieting without rest days isn't a badge of honor. It's a ticking time bomb wrapped in motivational quotes. And beneath the surface of every no days off mentality is a body begging for compassion, a metabolism gasping for equilibrium, a mind slowly disassociating from the signals it has evolved to trust. Because the human body isn't a simple input-output system. It's a living, adapting, sensing organism with rhythms, thresholds, and needs that can't be overridden indefinitely by willpower alone. And when you chronically restrict calories, overtrain, and deny your body the recovery it biologically requires, you trigger a cascade of physiological consequences, far beyond just getting tired. Hormonal imbalances begin to brew quietly. Your cortisol climbs. As your body perceives constant stress, your thyroid downregulates to conserve energy, your leptin drops, making you perpetually hungry, while ghrelin, the hunger hormone, spikes, increasing food obsession and cravings. And yet, despite all of this, many push harder, convinced that discipline is the answer, unaware that what they're experiencing isn't a lack of motivation, but a biological rebellion against chronic deprivation. And it's not just physical. Mentally, the effects of never resting from dieting build slowly and insidiously. Food fixation increases, decision fatigue worsens, emotional reactivity rises, and self-worth becomes dangerously entangled with every calorie tracked or pound lost, creating a fragile identity built not on health, but on hyper-vigilance. Over time, your nervous system gets stuck in fight or flight mode, your sleep quality diminishes, Your libido plummets, your digestion slows, and you might begin to confuse all this chaos for normal, mistaking resilience for mere survival, forgetting what a well-fed, well-rested, hormonally balanced body even feels like. And this isn't rare. It's rampant, especially in a culture that glorifies aesthetic discipline and punishes softness. A culture that markets clean eating as moral superiority and rest as something to be earned only after suffering. The problem is, biology doesn't care about your motivational posters. It cares about homeostasis, about balance, about cycles of stress and repair, effort and recovery. And when that balance is lost, when the pendulum swings too far into restriction and rigidity, your body begins to defend itself, not out of laziness, but out of deep survival logic. The adaptive thermogenesis response, your body lowering its metabolic rate in response to prolonged caloric restriction, isn't a glitch. It's a brilliant evolutionary protection mechanism that kept your ancestors alive during famine. But when you interpret this slowdown as a plateau and push harder, cut more, move more, rest less, you're fighting biology with brute force. And biology always wins, just not in the way you expect. You may lose weight at first, sure, but at what cost? Muscle mass, bone density, mood stability. Eventually, the weight loss slows, the exhaustion peaks, and when the inevitable binge comes, because your body will demand balance, it feels like failure, when in truth it's your body trying to save you from yourself. And perhaps most alarming of all, long-term dieting without rest can actually rewire your brain's reward system. Food becomes both the enemy and the fantasy. Pleasure becomes guilt, laced, and rest feels like rebellion rather than necessity. You begin to lose the intuitive connection to your hunger and fullness cues, and in its place grows a rigid internal critic who measures your worth by adherence to the plan rather than your overall well-being. This is where eating disorders often begin. Not from vanity, but from a toxic mix of chronic stress, misinformation, and perfectionism disguised as health. And it doesn't help that the fitness and wellness industries profit immensely from this mindset, selling endless products, plans, and progress pictures, none of which include the nuance of what happens to a human body under constant deprivation. They don't tell you that women can lose their periods for years from low energy availability, that men can experience drops in testosterone that mimic aging, that long-term restriction can increase risk for osteopenia, impaired immunity, and even cardiovascular issues, despite looking healthy on the outside. Rest days aren't lazy, they're essential, not just for muscles but for metabolism, for hormone regulation, for mental clarity, and for preserving your relationship with food and movement. Because the truth is, recovery isn't the absence of effort, it's the completion of it. Without recovery, effort is incomplete, and incomplete effort isn't sustainable. Training without rest is like trying to build a house on top of a foundation that's still wet. It looks solid until the cracks appear, and so the question isn't whether you have the willpower to keep going, but whether you have the wisdom to stop when your body whispers before it screams. Can you listen before symptoms become syndromes? Can you pause before burnout becomes breakdown? Because longevity in health isn't built on extremes. It's built on rhythm, on honoring the oscillation between push and pull, hunger and nourishment, activity and stillness. True health isn't control, it's collaboration. It's you and your body working with each other, not against. And if you need permission to rest, let this be it. Your body is not a project to perfect. It is a partner to care for. Your hunger isn't a failure, it's feedback. Your fatigue isn't weakness, it's wisdom. And if you ever find yourself believing that you must always be hungry, always be sore, always be in motion to be worthy of health or progress, remember this: you're not supposed to live in a constant deficit, not of food, not of energy, not of joy. Health isn't built in the extremes, it's protected in the balance. And balance begins the moment you stop treating rest as optional and start honoring it as essential. Suppressing emotion repeatedly. You don't always know you're doing it, because suppression wears many masks. A tight-lipped smile when something cuts deep, a a calm nod when your insides are screaming, a casual "I'm fine." So practiced it becomes second nature. This repeated silencing of your internal landscape stops feeling like a choice and starts becoming who you are. Until one day you realize you can't even name what you feel, only that you feel off, disconnected, exhausted in a way that sleep can't fix. And what's most dangerous is how easily this pattern can masquerade as strength. How the world often applauds your ability to keep it together, to power through, to not let things get to you, even as your inner world folds in on itself, unheard and unprocessed. Repeated emotional suppression isn't about control, it's about disconnection. A survival strategy learned in childhood, in culture, in relationships that punished vulnerability. And it begins innocently enough. Maybe you were told to stop crying, or I'll give you something to cry about, or that big kids don't get scared, or that anger is ugly. And so the message encoded into your nervous system is clear. Emotions are dangerous, embarrassing, or burdensome. And if you want to be loved, accepted, or safe, you must mute them, manage them, tuck them away where they won't cause trouble. And you learn to do exactly that, not by healing them, but by hiding them. But emotions don't vanish when ignored. They accumulate, they compress, they wait, and like steam in a sealed container, they build pressure quietly, invisibly, until the smallest trigger becomes a detonation, and then you wonder why you snapped at someone over nothing, or why you suddenly feel numb when you used to feel alive, or why certain songs, smells, or memories hit you like a tidal wave you didn't see coming. That's because unprocessed emotion doesn't disappear. It waits to be acknowledged, and when it's not, it festers, rewires, and begins to express itself in indirect ways. Chronic anxiety, fatigue, gastrointestinal issues, insomnia, depression, even autoimmune disorders, because the body becomes the spokesperson for what the mind refuses to feel. And when you chronically suppress emotion, your nervous system can become dysregulated, stuck in fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, constantly preparing for a threat that never ends because it lives inside you, unspoken and unvalidated. Over time, this creates what psychologists call emotional alexithymia, the inability to identify or describe what you're feeling. Not because you're broken, but because the skill was never nurtured, and your brain, like any other system, adapts to patterns. If the pattern is silence, it forgets the language of self-understanding, and instead replaces it with overthinking, catastrophizing, or self-blame. And in relationships, the cost compounds. Because if you've trained yourself to suppress your own emotions, you'll likely invalidate others too. Not out of cruelty, but confusion, discomfort, or learned behavior, and intimacy suffers. Because true closeness requires emotional honesty, and you can't share what you don't allow yourself to feel. This leads to isolation even in the company of others, a feeling of being alone in a crowded room. Because without emotional expression, connection becomes performance, not presence. And even those who love you deeply can't reach what you've hidden. And yet, despite all this, many continue the cycle, believing that to feel is to lose control, to become weak, to drown. And this belief is reinforced by social norms, especially in environments where productivity is prioritized over humanity, where expressing emotion is seen as a liability or a flaw, particularly for men, for leaders, for caregivers, or anyone whose identity is tied to competence and stability. But emotion isn't the enemy. Suppression is. Emotions are signals, not threats. They are data, not distractions. Anger says, a boundary has been crossed. Sadness says, something meaningful was lost. Fear says, there's uncertainty here. And joy says, this matters. When you suppress these messages, you don't just silence pain. You silence purpose. You lose the internal compass that helps you navigate what's meaningful, what's dangerous, what's healing. And while it may seem safer to bottle it up, research shows otherwise. Studies have found that chronic emotional suppression is linked to increased stress hormones, cardiovascular strain, decreased immune function, and higher rates of premature death, because the cost of appearing okay is paid by the systems silently trying to keep you alive. And ironically, what we fear most, being overwhelmed by feeling, rarely happens when emotions are felt in real time, but often when they're buried for too long, erupting in moments when we least expect or understand them. So healing doesn't begin with venting everything at once. It begins with making space, gently, consistently, for what you feel, even if you don't yet have the words. It begins with learning to sit with discomfort instead of silencing it, to ask, what is this emotion trying to tell me? Instead of, how can I shut this down? It begins with recognizing that tears are not weakness. They are regulation. That expressing frustration is not damage. It's boundary work. That sharing your fear doesn't burden others. It invites real connection. And maybe you were never taught this. Maybe emotion was weaponized, dismissed, or punished in your early life. But now, you have the chance to unlearn that narrative, to create a new one in its place. One where emotions are part of your intelligence, not a threat to it. Where you are not defined by how well you hide, but by how bravely you feel. Where you learn that vulnerability isn't the opposite of strength, it's the foundation of it. Because the truth is, your body remembers every emotion you tried to forget. Your nervous system tracks every time you swallowed your voice to keep the peace. And healing begins when you let those frozen parts thaw, when you allow your full self to be felt, not just the polished parts. It won't be comfortable, but it will be real. And real is the first step toward whole, saying yes too often. You don't realize the cost of saying yes too often until your own name starts to feel like a stranger in your own life. Until your calendar is no longer a reflection of your priorities, but a museum of obligations you didn't fully agree to. Until your voice is the one that comforts everyone but yourself, and your time belongs to everything, except what truly matters to you. Because saying yes too much doesn't just steal your hours, it slowly erodes your identity, your clarity, and your inner peace. And it often begins not in weakness, but in kindness, in the sincere desire to help, to support, to be someone others can count on. And at first, it feels good to be needed, to be the one who steps up, who carries the weight, who never lets anyone down. But over time, a quiet dissonance begins to form, like a background noise you can't quite locate. You're doing everything right, yet feeling inexplicably wrong, stretching yourself thinner and thinner, while smiling through the fatigue, until even small requests feel overwhelming. Not because they're hard, but because you've lost the ability to distinguish between service and self-sacrifice. And this is where the deeper psychology of over-agreeing lives. Not in time management, but in fear. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of being seen as selfish. Fear of missing opportunities. Fear of losing connection. And most dangerously, fear of who you'll be if you're not constantly earning your place in the room. Somewhere along the line, many of us internalize the message that love must be bought with obedience. That value is conditional on usefulness, that boundaries are selfish. And so we learn to contort ourselves into what's expected, to silence the internal no in favor of the external, of course, to prioritize peacekeeping over truth, telling. And this kind of emotional labor becomes a second job, one with no paycheck, no recognition, and no end in sight. You say yes to extra shifts, to weekend favors, to emotional caretaking, to being the dependable one, the flexible one, the available one, until you're chronically overextended, but unable to explain why you're so tired, because every individual yes felt harmless, generous even. But collectively, they've cost you your margins, your rest, your authenticity. And what's worse, people start to expect your yes, to treat it as default, to act surprised or offended when you finally push back, because patterns teach people what to expect from you. And if your pattern is perpetual compliance, their disappointment becomes inevitable the moment you assert yourself. But beneath all of this is a deep paradox. The more you say yes to please others, the more you risk losing the very connection you hoped to protect. Because chronic people-pleasing doesn't build intimacy. It builds resentment, invisibility, and imbalance, turning relationships into silent transactions, where one person's comfort is purchased at the expense of another's truth. And over time, the body keeps score. Tension builds in your neck, your jaw, your chest. Anxiety creeps in when another request arrives. Burnout simmers under the surface as you watch your own needs gather dust in the back of your mind. And eventually, even joy begins to feel like a task. Because when everything is a yes, nothing feels chosen. And this emotional depletion often leads to identity confusion. Who are you beneath the roles, the responsibilities, the reflexive agreement? What do you actually want, not just what you're expected to provide? These questions become harder to answer the longer you postpone asking them, because a life built entirely on accommodation doesn't leave much room for alignment. And yet, the world often reinforces this pattern, especially for those raised in environments where conflict was dangerous or boundaries were punished, where being good meant being quiet, agreeable, helpful to a fault. And so saying yes feels like survival, while saying no feels like betrayal, even when it's necessary. But there's a profound truth hiding in this dynamic. Your value is not measured by how much you do for others. It's reflected in how honestly and consciously you live, in how aligned your actions are with your truth. And every yes, given from fear, weakens that alignment, while every no rooted in self-awareness strengthens it. And no, this doesn't mean turning into someone rigid or selfish. It means becoming someone discerning, someone who understands that generosity without boundaries becomes exploitation, and empathy without limits becomes self-erasure. Healthy yeses come from fullness, not depletion. They come from desire, not obligation. They are deliberate, not automatic. And learning to say no is not about closing your heart. It's about opening your life to what actually matters. It's about recognizing that every time you say yes to something misaligned, you say no to something essential: your rest, your goals, your creativity, your family, your peace. And this shift begins with awareness, with noticing the tightness in your chest when you agree too quickly, the way your stomach clenches when you're about to overcommit again, the subtle regret that creeps in after yet another forced yes. These sensations are not nuisances. They are messages, warnings from your intuition, from the part of you still fighting to be heard. And the real work isn't in learning to say no louder. It's in learning to hear yourself sooner, to recognize the moment your truth and your habit diverge, and to choose yourself not because others don't matter, but because you do. And yes, there will be discomfort. Relationships will shift. People will react. Some will test your new boundaries, or try to guilt you back into compliance. But your job is not to manage their emotions. Your job is to protect your integrity, your energy, your truth. Because saying yes too often is a habit built on fear, and breaking it is an act of profound courage, not just for yourself, but for those around you, because your honesty gives others permission to be honest too. It sets a new standard for connection, one built not on performance, but on presence, not on guilt, but on grace. And maybe the most radical thing you can do in a world that constantly asks for more is to pause, to check in, to ask, do I really want to say yes to this? And if the answer isn't a wholehearted, embodied yes, then perhaps the kindest thing you can do, for yourself and for them, is to let it be a no, not because you're cold or uncaring, but because you're finally learning the difference between being nice and being real, between pleasing others and honoring yourself. And that difference might just be the bridge between a life that looks good on paper and a life that feels good in your bones. Not stretching after exercise. You often think the workout ends when your heart rate slows, when the last rep is done, when you towel off the sweat and check exercise off your daily list. But what if that belief that the effort stops at the final set is silently sabotaging everything you're trying to build? What if neglecting to stretch after movement doesn't just delay recovery, but disrupts your muscular intelligence, your nervous system balance, your long-term mobility, and your mental recalibration. What if skipping that final act of care is what keeps your progress stuck in a loop of tightness, fatigue, and preventable injury? And no one ever told you, because we live in a culture that glorifies the burn but forgets the breath. You're taught to push, to lift, to run, to sweat, to measure effort in intensity and numbers, but not in how gracefully you land, how completely you return to stillness. And in that omission, a crucial chapter of your body's story gets erased. Because stretching isn't just a luxury or an ad. It's a vital language. Your tissues speak to stay alive, adaptive, pain-free, and fully functional. And when you repeatedly deny them that language, the signals compound. Tight hips that limit your stride, shoulders that feel like stone slabs, a lower back that whimpers during desk work, sleep disrupted by subtle tension, and workouts that plateau not because you're weak, but because your muscles are locked in a shortened, inflamed state that you never took the time to resolve. After intense movement, your muscles are flooded with micro tears, lactic acid, and neural activation. Your tendons are stiffened by repetitive load. Your fascia, the web, like connective tissue that wraps around everything, is temporarily deformed by the force of contraction. And your joints are pressurized by the torque of motion. And if you just stop and walk away, this chaotic post-battle landscape is left to settle unevenly, often resulting in adhesions, imbalances, or chronic patterns of misalignment, especially over time. Stretching is what resets that terrain. It brings length back to shortened tissue, releases the grip of fascial tension, rehydrates the layers that got compressed, rebalances the nervous system from sympathetic fight or flight dominance back to parasympathetic rest and digest recovery mode. And most importantly, it gives your body a chance to learn from the movement it just experienced, to integrate it, to file it into the kinesthetic memory banks as a safe and repeatable pattern, not just a stressor to survive. And this matters, not just for elite athletes, but for anyone with a spine, a schedule, and a set of muscles trying to keep up with life. Because the real value of movement isn't just in the calorie burn or the muscle gain, but in how well your body can perform across decades, in how easily you can reach, twist, stand, and breathe in your 7Ts without pain or compensation. And flexibility, true flexibility, isn't about contortion or yoga aesthetics. It's about resilience, adaptability, and fluidity of the human frame. And that begins and ends with the slow, deliberate, nourishing act of post-exercise stretching. Skipping it means you're banking on youthful elasticity to save you. But elasticity fades when it's not maintained, and the muscles you refuse to lengthen today become the stiffness you curse tomorrow. What's more, the benefits of stretching aren't just mechanical. They're profoundly neurological. When you stretch, especially mindfully, you activate sensory receptors that signal the brain to down-regulate stress, to shift out of cortisol mode, to slow the pulse and deepen the breath. This creates a cascade of recovery signals: lower blood pressure, reduced muscular guarding, increased circulation of nutrients, enhanced lymphatic flow, and even improved emotional regulation. Stretching isn't just for your body, it's for your mind. It's a closing ritual that says, the fight is over. And without it, your nervous system can remain in a low-grade alert state for hours, making you more reactive, more tired, less focused, and more prone to emotional overdrive. That's why people who stretch consistently often report better sleep, better mood, and fewer tension headaches. Not because stretching is magic, but because it respects the full arc of the stress recovery cycle, completing what exertion began. And yet, despite all this, stretching remains one of the most underutilized tools in wellness, often viewed as optional, boring, or unproductive, precisely because its rewards aren't always immediate. They're cumulative, invisible at first, but deeply foundational. Think of it like dental hygiene. Skipping a day doesn't destroy you, but the habit of neglect compounds silently, until one day, the damage is no longer avoidable. So, why do we skip it? Often, it is time. I have to run. I'm late. I'll do it later. But latter becomes never, and time becomes the enemy. Not because it's scarce, but because we never prioritize the slow things that heal us. Or maybe it's ego, because we think we don't need it, that strength is enough, that speed and power will protect us. But power without elasticity is brittle, like a dry twig that snaps under pressure, while a supple branch bends and returns, unbroken. Or maybe it's ignorance. We were never taught the purpose behind stretching, never shown how to do it in a way that feels nourishing, instead of punishing, gentle instead of forced, meditative instead of mechanical. But it's never too late to learn, and the body is endlessly forgiving when we return to it with care. Even 10 minutes of mindful stretching after a workout can transform how you feel. Not just in your next session, but in how you walk, sit, sleep, and recover. It can mean the difference between progression and plateau, between injury and longevity, between feeling tight and tired and feeling fluid, open and grounded in your own frame. And in a world that constantly pushes for more reps, more weight, more hustle, stretching is an act of quiet rebellion. It says, I will not abandon my body after using it. I will finish what I started. I will meet my tension with care. It's not a cool down, it's a communion. A final breath before re-entering the chaos of life. A way to say, thank you to the muscles that carried you, the joints that supported you, the heart that endured the strain. So the next time you're tempted to skip it, remember, the way you leave your workout shapes how your body will welcome the next one. And every stretch is a chance to tell your system, you're safe now, you've done enough, let go. Because real strength isn't just built in movement, it's revealed in recovery. And flexibility, like trust, like health, like presence, is earned not in the rush, but in the slow returning. Always pushing through fatigue, you tell yourself it's admirable. That grit means ignoring the signals, that discipline is measured by how much pain you can override, how far you can push through exhaustion, how well you can silence your body's pleas for rest, in the name of ambition, productivity, or pride. And at first, it feels noble, even heroic, to be the one who keeps going when others stop, to outwork, outlast, outperform everyone, including your past self. But somewhere along the way, that momentum turns into a trap, a pattern so deeply embedded that fatigue is no longer a warning, but a baseline. And stopping feels more dangerous than continuing, even when your body is waving red flags with every breath you take, because we're not taught to listen to tiredness. We're taught to conquer it, to see it as a barrier between who we are and who we could be. And so we internalize the belief that rest is earned through suffering, that breaks are weaknesses in disguise, and that the only way forward is through relentless perseverance. But the truth is, always pushing through fatigue is not strength. It's system failure disguised as motivation. And the longer you live in that state, the more you rewire your biology to normalize dysfunction, to adapt not toward wellness, but toward survival. And survival is a poor long-term strategy for a thriving life. When you constantly push through exhaustion, your body doesn't just tire, it recalibrates, shifting into a mode of chronic stress response, where cortisol remains elevated, where adrenaline is fed into your bloodstream, not to energize but to keep you barely functioning. And the cost is invisible at first: disrupted sleep, emotional irritability, lowered immunity, digestive issues, hormonal irregularity. But it builds, and what was once a motivational quote becomes your internal monologue, echoing louder than hunger, louder than pain, louder than truth. You tell yourself, I'll rest after this, just one more task. Other people have it worse, and you trade your health for a kind of moral superiority rooted in self-denial, in believing that if it hurts, it must be working. If you are suffering, it must be meaningful. But your biology disagrees, because the human body evolved not to run endlessly, but to cycle, to pulse between output and restoration, And when you eliminate the restorative phase, when sleep is compromised, when rest is guilt-ridden, when stillness is interpreted as laziness, you don't just burn out, you break down. And the most tragic part is that the very thing you're chasing, progress, impact, mastery, becomes harder to achieve because fatigue doesn't just dull your energy, it impairs your judgment, your memory, your creativity, your emotional regulation. You become reactive instead of intentional, efficient instead of effective, and beneath your productivity lies a kind of hollow automation where life is measured in checked boxes, not fulfillment. The brain, too, begins to suffer. Chronic fatigue impairs the prefrontal cortex, the part of your mind responsible for reasoning, planning, and decision-making, while simultaneously overstimulating the amygdala, your fear center, leading to more anxiety, more catastrophizing, more emotional volatility. It's why everything feels harder, heavier, more urgent when you're tired. Not because the world has changed, but because your capacity to meet it has diminished. And instead of responding with care, you respond with more effort, more hustle, more pressure, creating a feedback loop that reinforces the very exhaustion you are trying to escape. And we rarely question it, because fatigue has been rebranded in modern life as a badge of honor. We compare sleep deprivation like battle scars. We romanticize the all-nighter, the overbooked schedule, the burnout as evidence of passion or purpose. And yet, beneath it all is a society that runs on exhausted people who mistake numbness for resilience, who believe that being constantly busy is the same as being important, who equate their worth with their output. But fatigue isn't a test to pass, it's a teacher to heed, and the body whispers before it screams. It gives you hints in the form of midday crashes, lingering colds, brain fog, mood swings, cravings for sugar or caffeine, headaches that don't go away. And if you ignore these long enough, it escalates into chronic fatigue syndrome, adrenal dysfunction, autoimmune flare-ups, even cardiovascular disease. Because long-term stress doesn't just drain your energy, it rewires your system to normalize inflammation, to suppress repair, to prioritize emergency mode over longevity. And perhaps what's most heartbreaking is how fatigue robs you of joy, not dramatically, but slowly, subtly. You laugh less. You stop noticing beauty. Your passions feel like chores. Your relationships start to feel like obligations. And you lose the sparkle in your own eyes when you look in the mirror, because living in constant depletion turns you into a shell of your former self. A person who functions but no longer feels, who performs but no longer connects. And all the while, the world keeps applauding your hustle, reinforcing the lie that you're fine, that this is normal, that it's what being an adult looks like. But deep down, you know it's not. Deep down, you feel the cost. And here's the truth. Rest is not a luxury. It is a biological necessity, a neurological requirement, a psychological reset. And without it, every part of you begins to erode. Muscles don't grow during workouts. They grow during rest. Brains don't process while multitasking. They consolidate during sleep. Even emotions don't fully metabolize in the moment. They settle during quiet, during reflection, during pause. You cannot heal in motion forever. You cannot sustain output without input. You cannot live on borrowed time and borrowed energy without paying interest with your well-being. So the real question isn't how much can you push, but how well can you recover? How courageously can you listen when your body says enough? Can you redefine strength to include softness, wisdom, and stillness? Because the strongest people aren't the ones who never stop. They're the ones who know when to stop, who rest with intention, who build sustainability into their success, instead of chasing it until collapse. And maybe, just maybe, the real work isn't pushing harder, but asking why you feel the need to push at all. What are you trying to prove? To whom? What would happen if you stopped? What would rise in the silence if you let the noise fade? These questions are uncomfortable, but they are necessary, because until you learn to rest, truly rest, not scrolling, not numbing, not distracting, but resting in a way that nourishes your nervous system, restores your tissues, reclaims your joy. You will always be living in deficit, chasing a version of success that is unsustainable and incomplete. So pause, not because you've earned it, but because you need it. Not as a reward, but as a right. Let rest become a practice, a ritual, a non-negotiable. Let it be the soil from which your energy regrows. Because you weren't built to burn out. You were built to renew, to rise, to return. But only if you learn to stop pretending you're a machine and start honoring the human being underneath the schedule. Poor posture. You don't notice it at first. How your shoulders begin to round just slightly. How your neck inches forward while your eyes stay locked to the screen. How your spine subtly molds itself to the shape of your chair like water, taking the form of its container. And because nothing hurts in the beginning, because there's no loud warning bell, you assume your body is adapting in a harmless way. But what begins as minor adjustments of comfort slowly calcify into chronic distortions of alignment. And suddenly, one day, you wake up with a tension you can't stretch out, a stiffness that lingers past sleep, an ache that migrates from your neck to your jaw to your lower back, without ever fully leaving. And you wonder what changed when the truth is, it wasn't one big shift, but 1,000 micro decisions you made with your body every day. How you sat, how you stood, how you carried your weight, how you ignored the subtle feedback in favor of the screen, the task, the phone, the rush. And poor posture becomes not just a physical condition, but a reflect iron of your daily priorities, a visible artifact of invisible habits. And what makes it more dangerous is that it doesn't scream, it whispers, slowly degrading your musculoskeletal harmony, your organ function, your breathing capacity, even your mood. And we rarely connect the dots because posture is so often reduced to an aesthetic concern, a matter of looking upright or confident, when in reality, it's the cornerstone of your body's ability to function, to move efficiently, to protect its internal systems, and to serve your goals with grace rather than resistance. When posture deteriorates, it's not just muscles that suffer, it's your joints that wear unevenly, your vertebral discs that compress asymmetrically, your diaphragm that loses space to expand, your intestines that get chronically compressed, your ribcage that locks up, and the very mechanics of your breath begin to shallow. Not because you're anxious, but because your body has lost the structural space to fully inhale. And yet, we keep blaming the fatigue on lack of sleep, the brain fog on stress, the tension headaches on the workload, rarely suspecting that our physical architecture, the way we hold ourselves, is shaping not just our pain but our perception, our energy, our cognition. Poor posture isn't just slouching, it's learned misalignment. It's the cumulative effect of screen culture, sedentary routine, and the myth that the mind and body are separate, when in fact your nervous system interprets a collapsed posture as a signal of defeat, of withdrawal, of vulnerability, and this loop feeds itself. You sit with rounded shoulders, fey your chest, compresses fey your breathing, becomes shallower fey oxygen flow reduces fey energy, and focus decline. Fey your mood drops, fey you feel more fatigued, fey your posture slouches further. It's a quiet loop of dysfunction disguised as comfort. And the longer it's reinforced, the harder it is to undo. Not because your body can't change, but because your brain begins to believe that this compressed state is neutral, default, normal even though nothing about it is. Postural muscles, those deep stabilizers like the multifidus, transverse abdominis, diaphragm, pelvic floor, are not aesthetic, they're functional. And when neglected, your larger muscles overcompensate. Your gait changes, your shoulder blades wing out, your head juts forward, and gravity, once an ally, becomes a daily battle. And yet posture affects more than mechanics. It affects self-perception, mood, confidence, and even hormone regulation. Research shows that upright posture can enhance testosterone, reduce cortisol, and increase feelings of control. while collapsed posture increases stress and feelings of powerlessness, meaning the way you sit, stand, and move is not just a biomechanical issue, it's a psychological feedback loop, a posture, mind connection that rewires how you see yourself in the world. And while it's tempting to buy posture braces, to stand straighter with brute force, to fix the problem through sheer will, the truth is posture isn't a position. It's a process, a dynamic interaction between your muscles, fascia, nervous system, and environment that's constantly adapting to how you live. Not just how you pose. The solution isn't to pull your shoulders back and freeze. It's to bring awareness into your movement, to rebuild the neurological pathways that restore symmetry, to unravel compensations, to train your stabilizers, to re-establish healthy joint centration, to rediscover spinal mobility and thoracic extension, to understand how your feet support your spine, how your hips feed your posture, how your breath shapes your rib cage, how posture is a whole body symphony, not an isolated snapshot. And in this way, poor posture isn't something to shame. It's something to decode. Because behind every imbalance is a story of adaptation, of what your body was trying to survive, accommodate, or protect. And when you shift from frustration to curiosity, you begin to see posture not as something wrong, but as a language, a somatic narrative about how you've moved through space, stress, and self-perception over time. And this is where the healing begins. Not with a rule about standing up straight, but with deep listening, gentle correction, consistent activation, movement diversity, and somatic awareness. Because correcting poor posture isn't about rigidity. It's about fluidity, about reclaiming your body's original blueprint for efficient movement. And this is not just for athletes or dancers, or those in pain. It's for everyone, because posture shapes how you age, how you breathe, how you carry emotion, how you express energy. And when you begin to move with alignment, to stack your skeleton in harmony with gravity, your body doesn't just look different. It feels different, lighter, more open, more resilient, less reactive, and your mind follows, because posture is presence. And presence is the first step to freedom, from pain, from tension, from the weight of years spent hunched over screens, over responsibilities, over unsaid words. And so the next time you notice yourself collapsing into the shape of your environment, ask, what am I protecting? What am I surrendering to? And then lift. Not from shame, not from force, but from care. From remembering that your spine is not just a structure. It is a statement, a message you send to the world about how you occupy space, and more importantly, how you honor your own. Stand, not just tall, but awake. Sit, not just upright, but with breath. Walk not just forward, but because your posture isn't about looking correct. It's about living connected, talking down to yourself. You wouldn't speak to someone you love the way you speak to yourself in your own mind. But somewhere along the line, that inner voice, the one that once existed to protect, to guide, to observe, became a critic, a judge, a relentless commentator on everything you do, whispering not wisdom but warning, not encouragement but contempt. And the tragedy is that you don't even notice it anymore because the insults are camouflaged in your thoughts, disguised as truth, delivered in a tone you've grown so used to that silence feels foreign and kindness feels suspicious. And so you say things like, I'm such an idiot, I'll never be good enough, I mess everything up, why am I like this? Without realizing that these aren't harmless phrases, but mental architecture, neural grooves etched deeper with every repetition, shaping how you perceive not just your failures, but your entire identity. And over time, your internal monologue stops being commentary and becomes character, dictating how you show up in relationships, how you set goals, how you interpret setbacks, and most heartbreakingly, how much love, success, and joy you believe you deserve. Talking down to yourself isn't just negative self-talk, it's learned self-relationship, often rooted in early emotional environments where love was conditional. Praise was rare, criticism was constant, or feelings were dismissed. And in these settings, the child's brain, desperate to make sense of unpredictable affection, begins to internalize blame as a survival mechanism. To assume, if I'm not loved, it must be because I'm wrong, broken, too much, not enough. And that belief hardens into identity, even though it was always a reflection of the environment, not the self. And so the voice begins. First as mimicry of external figures, a parent, a teacher, a peer. Then as habit, then as something that feels like you. And that's the cruelest part. We often mistake this voice for our own, when in truth, it's an echo, an imprint, an emotional residue that never got re-examined, did. Over time, you become both prisoner and warden of your own mental landscape, rehearsing failure before it happens, sabotaging joy before it arrives, numbing praise before it lands. And this creates a psychological paradox. The more you insult yourself, the more you believe you're realistic, even though you'd never apply that same realism to someone you care about and what you call self. Awareness is often just chronic self-criticism in disguise. The science is brutal in its clarity. Repeated negative self-talk increases cortisol, weakens the immune system, disrupts sleep, and activates the amygdala, your brain's fear center, while simultaneously decreasing activity in the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for rational thought, long-term planning, and decision-making, which means that self-criticism quite literally makes you less intelligent in the moment, narrowing your options, distorting your sense of risk, and reinforcing a loop where failure becomes prophecy, not because it's inevitable, but because your brain was conditioned to expect it and act accordingly. And it gets worse when perfectionism joins the equation, because then every flaw becomes evidence of inadequacy, every mistake a catastrophe, and every compliment a fluke. And no amount of achievement can quiet the voice that moves the goalpost every time you get close. You only succeeded because you got lucky. Anyon could have done that. It doesn't count unless it's perfect. And so, no matter how far you climb, the ground never feels stable. And eventually, the climb itself becomes exhausting. Not because you can't succeed, but because you can't feel the success, can't internalize it, can't let it rewrite the story. And this isn't just an internal problem. It affects your relationships too. If you speak down to yourself long enough, you begin to tolerate it from others. You begin to attract, or worse, choose people who mirror your internal narrative, who reinforce your self-doubt, who make you feel at home in insecurity, because anything healthier feels unfamiliar, unearned, or even suspicious. You deflect love, you dismiss praise. You shrink in rooms where you deserve to stand tall. And what you don't realize is that you're teaching people how to treat you by how you treat yourself. And when your baseline tone toward yourself is one of mockery, pressure, or dismissal, you unintentionally normalize it for everyone around you. But it doesn't stop there. That internalized voice becomes your parenting voice, your leadership voice, your creativity's inner audience. And it limits you in ways that are hard to trace but easy to feel. Hesitation when opportunity knocks, apology when none is needed, playing small to avoid judgment, over-explaining to preempt criticism, holding back joy because you don't want to seem arrogant. And on it goes, until life itself feels like a test. You're always one step from failing. And perhaps the most insidious thing is how convincing the inner critic can be. It tells you it's protecting you, making you better, keeping you humble. And yet, all it does is keep you quiet, afraid, and stuck in cycles of proving, pleasing, and performing. So, how do you unlearn this voice when it feels like it's you? How do you separate truth from trauma, realism from rejection, observation from old wounds? It begins with awareness, noticing the script in real time, catching yourself when you flinch at your reflection, when you downplay your accomplishments, when you over-apologize for existing, and asking, whose voice is this, really? Because often, you'll find it belongs to someone else entirely. Then comes the harder part, speaking back. Not with toxic positivity, not with fake affirmations. You don't believe, but with curiosity and compassion. What would I say to a friend in this moment? Would I let anyone talk to someone I love this way? And eventually, that voice begins to soften. Not disappear, but loosen its grip. And in its place, a new voice can emerge. One that doesn't ignore your flaws, but contextualizes them. One that sees failure as feedback, not identity. One that knows self-respect and self-compassion are not mutually exclusive. And in that space, you begin to rebuild not just your self-talk, but your self-trust. Your willingness to try, to grow, to be seen. Not because you've fixed everything, but because you no longer define yourself by what still needs healing. And yes, it's a slow process. The voice that hurt you was built over years. The voice that heals you must be built the same way, deliberately, patiently, with repetition and grace. But the change is real, and it's measurable. People begin to respond to you differently. Your body holds itself differently. Opportunities feel less like threats and more like invitations. Your nervous system calms, your resilience deepens, your presence returns, and you realize the most powerful thing you'll ever say to yourself isn't, "I'm amazing," or "I'm perfect," but simply, "I am allowed to be human, and I don't need to bully myself into growth." Because no one ever healed from shame, no one ever reached their potential by being talked down to, especially not by themselves. So if you hear that voice again, the one that says you're not enough, that you're behind, that you should be ashamed, pause and ask, would I say this to a child? Would I want this to be someone's internal world? And if the answer is no, then you've already begun the transformation. Because the words we say to ourselves are the blueprints of our identity, and when those words shift, everything else does too. Habitual negativity. It often begins so quietly, you don't even realize it's happening. Not with some dramatic collapse into pessimism or a thunderstorm of complaint, but with the smallest shift in attention, the tiniest fracture in interpretation, where your mind begins to favor what's broken over what's whole, what's missing over what's present, what might go wrong over what could go right, and what starts as a survival mechanism designed to detect threat, avoid pain, protect your future slowly calcifies into a lens through which everything gets filtered, until negativity becomes not just a reaction, but a reflex, a default state of mind that rewrites your perception, rewires your identity, and eventually sculpts your emotional reality into something heavy, narrow, and self-defeating. And the most dangerous part is how rational it all feels. How convincingly your brain explains that you're not being negative, you're just being realistic, cautious, honest, when in truth you've begun to live in a psychological echo chamber, where every hope is met with hesitation, every possibility is shadowed by fear, and every moment of joy is punctuated by, "But what if?" As if happiness was something fragile, suspicious, even dangerous, rather than something worth expanding into. Habitual negativity doesn't shout. It whispers. It's in the way you downplay good news before anyone else can. The way you assume silence means judgment. The way compliments make you squirm and future plans make you anxious. It's in the reflex to criticize yourself before others can, to expect disappointment before it arrives, to resist trusting peace, because it feels like the calm before the storm. And this mindset, while often described as a personality trait or mood, is actually a learned pattern, a neurocognitive groove reinforced over time by repetition, memory, trauma, or modeling. And just like any other habit, the more you practice it, the more automatic it becomes. Every time you anticipate rejection, your brain gets better at spotting social cues that seem to confirm it. Every time you expect failure, your focus unconsciously narrows onto the obstacles, rather than the solutions. Every time you prepare for the worst, your nervous system floods your body with stress hormones, priming you for threat, even when none exists. And this chronic activation, this biochemical rehearsal of something bad is coming, doesn't just affect your thoughts, it affects your biology, raising inflammation, suppressing immunity, tightening muscles and making your body feel as exhausted and brittle as your mind. And while occasional negativity is natural, sometimes even necessary, what makes habitual negativity so insidious is how it becomes comfortable, familiar, even addictive. Because when you live in constant vigilance, when your brain is always scanning for what's wrong, you begin to derive a strange sense of control from pessimism, as if expecting the worst gives you power over it, as if bracing for impact will somehow cushion the blow. And over time, positivity starts to feel like a risk, like leaving the door open in a neighborhood where you're sure someone will break in. This mindset may have protected you once, perhaps in a household where things were unstable, where being cheerful got you hurt, where optimism was punished or mocked. But now it becomes a cage, one that shrinks your world without you realizing it. And even when you succeed, even when things go well, even when people show up and life gives you reasons to relax, your brain whispers, "Don't trust it, don't celebrate yet. It won't last." And so you hold back joy to protect yourself from pain, not realizing that by doing so, you're experiencing the pain without the joy, living the loss before it even arrives, grieving futures that haven't happened, and sabotaging the present to avoid a heartbreak that may never come. Habitual negativity also distorts memory. You begin to recall events not as they happened, but as your bias colored them, filtering out the warmth, the nuance, the kindness, and preserving only the mistake, the awkwardness, the letdown, until your internal narrative becomes a museum of what went wrong. Each memory another exhibit in your case against hope. Relationships suffer too, not because you don't care, but because when your baseline expectation is disappointment, you unconsciously push people away before they can let you down, preemptively criticizing, withdrawing, testing their loyalty, or minimizing your needs so you can't be rejected for having them. Over time, others start to feel like they're walking on eggshells, trying to uplift someone whose lens refuses light, and that isolation becomes proof of the very beliefs that built the wall in the first place. See, no one stays. Told you they didn't mean it. I knew I couldn't trust it. And this cycle is brutal, not because you're broken, but because your brain is simply doing what it's been trained to do, survive. But survival isn't the same as living. And the good news, the liberating truth, is that like any habit, negativity can be unlearned, not through forced positivity or blind optimism, but through deliberate awareness, compassion, and neuroplasticity. First comes the noticing, catching your thoughts when they spiral, recognizing the tone you use with yourself, observing how quickly you discount the good or magnify the bad. Then comes the questioning, not to shame the voice, but to investigate it. Is this true? Is this helpful? Would I say this to someone I love? Is there another way to interpret this? And then comes the gentle redirection, offering yourself a new possibility, not a lie, but an alternative truth. Maybe it will work out. Maybe they meant what they said. Maybe this time it's different. And at first it feels unnatural, fake, even ridiculous, because your neurons are used to a different story. But with repetition, new circuits form, and slowly your lens begins to widen. Your patterns begin to shift, your body begins to soften, and moments of genuine ease begin to peek through the fog. And it's in those moments, not the dramatic transformations, but the subtle ones, where healing begins. When you catch yourself smiling without bracing, when you accept a compliment without deflecting, when you hope for something and don't immediately prepare for disappointment, when you pause in gratitude instead of scanning for danger. These are victories, not because they erase the past, but because they reclaim the present. And as you practice this shift, you realize that hope is not naivete, it's brave. That softness is not weakness, it's wisdom. That expecting good things isn't about denial, it's about choosing to inhabit a world where possibility is still alive. And no, this doesn't mean ignoring reality or pretending life is easy. It means refusing to let fear be your narrator, refusing to let pain have the final edit, and choosing, again and again, to meet life with a heart that's been cracked open but not closed off. Because habitual negativity isn't a personality trait, it's a pattern. And patterns can be rewritten. Not all at once, but one thought at a time, one choice at a time, one breath of courage in the face of doubt. So the next time your mind tells you, this won't work, ask, what if it does? The next time you think, people always leave, ask, what if someone stays? The next time you feel the impulse to armor yourself with cynicism, ask, what if vulnerability is the safer choice? Because sometimes, the most radical act of healing is to stop rehearsing pain that hasn't happened and to start practicing trust in moments that are trying to hold you. To see that not every joy ends in sorrow, not every risk leads to ruin, and not every smile hides betrayal. And in that practice, you don't just change your mindset, you change your entire experience of life, being productive non-stop. You weren't born believing that your worth depended on your output, that rest had to be earned, or that doing nothing was a failure. You were taught that, shaped by a culture that confuses motion with meaning and busyness with value. And slowly but surely, without realizing it, you started equating your hours with your identity, your accomplishments with your self-worth, and your productivity with your permission to exist peacefully. Until being still felt uncomfortable, relaxing felt like guilt, and every free moment became a space to fill with another task, another achievement, another metric to validate your existence. And at first, it might have looked like ambition, a desire to grow, to achieve, to build a meaningful life. But over time, that healthy drive warped into a compulsion, a kind of quiet addiction to proving, to performing, to constantly doing more, as if the only way to matter was to be useful, impressive, or irreplaceable. And this didn't happen in a vacuum. It's reinforced at every turn. In school, where productivity is rewarded with praise. In the workplace, where overtime is mistaken for dedication. In friendships, where cancelling plans to work is seen as admirable. And in media, where morning routines, hustle culture, and rise and grind mantras paint a picture of success that's always running, always striving, never stopping. But beneath the shiny surface of productivity lies a dangerous erosion. Because when you try to be productive non-stop, you are constantly withdrawing from your energy without making any deposits. And over time, this imbalance depletes not just your body, but your creativity, your presence, your joy, and your connection to yourself and others. Your nervous system was not built for continuous acceleration. It was built for cycles of activation and recovery, effort and rest, focus and wandering. And when you deny these natural rhythms, when you override fatigue with caffeine and silence with noise and emotions with tasks, you begin to live in survival mode, adrenaline-fueled, future-focused, and perpetually disconnected from the richness of the present moment. And the consequences compound. You start to sleep less, not just because of time, but because your mind won't slow down. You feel guilt when you rest, because the internalized productivity narrative whispers that you should be doing something. You lose touch with your hobbies, your curiosity, your playfulness, because they don't produce results. And even your relationships begin to suffer, not out of malice, but because you've trained yourself to see time as valuable only when it's efficient, and people don't always fit into efficient time blocks. You begin to optimize your day like a machine. Morning routines, productivity apps, multitasking techniques, all in an effort to squeeze more out of every hour, not realizing that life is being squeezed out in the process, that the space between tasks, the laughter, the wandering, the rest, is not filler but fuel. And this isn't just philosophical, it's physiological. Studies show that chronic overwork increases cortisol, accelerates aging, suppresses immunity, reduces cognitive flexibility, impairs memory, and leads to long-term burnout. Which doesn't just mean being tired, it means being disconnected from the spark that made you care in the first place. And ironically, non-stop productivity makes you less productive over time. Your creativity suffers, your decision-making becomes reactive, your patience shortens, your attention fractures, and the quality of your work declines. Even as the quantity increases, you produce more but feel less satisfied. You hit milestones but move the goalposts so fast, you don't even remember why they mattered. And all the while, society applauds your exhaustion, normalizes your burnout, and sells you wellness products to cope with the very lifestyle it pressures you to maintain. But the deeper tragedy is what's lost along the way. The moments of stillness that nourish your inner world, the spontaneous conversations that breathe life into your days, the curiosity that leads to discovery, the silence that births insight, the solitude that reconnects you with your truth. When every minute must be justified, you forget how to simply be, not because you're lazy, but because you've been conditioned to believe that being isn't enough. And this belief runs deep, that if you stop, you'll fall behind, that if you rest, you'll become irrelevant, that if you're not constantly improving, you're somehow failing. But here's the truth, they don't teach you in productivity culture. You are not a machine, and your value is not in your velocity. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to be a full human being, not just a worker, a performer, a producer. And this doesn't mean abandoning your goals or ambitions. It means realigning them with your humanity. It means asking not, how can I do more? But, what matters most? It means realizing that rest is not the enemy of success. It's the foundation of sustainability, that inspiration doesn't come from pressure, it comes from presence, that you don't have to choose between purpose and peace. They coexist when you stop worshipping the grind and start listening to your body, your emotions, your needs. And yes, it will feel uncomfortable at first, because productivity has become a coping mechanism, a way to avoid feelings, a way to control the uncontrollable, a way to prove your worth in a world that constantly demands proof. But discomfort is not a danger. It's a signal, an invitation to examine the story you've been told, that constant doing is the path to fulfillment, when in reality, fulfillment often arrives in the stillness between the doing. So begin gently. Reclaim your mornings not as launch pads, but as invitations. Let yourself rest before you collapse. Say no to things that drain your joy, even if they promise achievement. Remember that your worth is not a scoreboard, that your impact isn't measured in checklists, and that productivity without purpose is just movement without meaning. Ask yourself, who benefits from your exhaustion? Who profits when you forget yourself in the name of getting things done? And what would your life feel like, not just look like, if you gave yourself permission to slow down, to breathe, to be? Because being productive nonstop is not strength, it's survival. Real strength is knowing when to stop, when to reflect, when to listen to the quiet wisdom that says, you are already enough, even when you rest, even when you're still, even when you do absolutely nothing but exist with your own breath. And when you finally believe that, you don't just reclaim your time, you reclaim your life.